And here it is, ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is, ding dong. Here I am, ding dong. I hope you are there. The session commences and your company, of course, required. That thing that happens twice a day now with increasing regularity. The second righteousness about being fulfilled now. So I am fulfilling my righteousness. Are you? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
So there it is right there. Holy, holy, the Farmyard Quartet from the eastern part of Nigeria. The Farmyard Quartet from the eastern part of Nigeria. If that is not their name, then that is what it should be. The Farmyard Quartet from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy, holy, they insist. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Why we can't disclose Tinubu's primary, secondary schools. At Chicago State University making this headline. So it looks as though that space that is pursuing this is the same sort of accent, by the way, that brought us hit movies like Buhari in a Shallow Grave and Dubril at Sudani. So it's that accent that is propelling this narrative now. So we might as well milk it for all that they are provided it for. So let's join them in the nonsensity of it all and have a jolly laugh along the way. Why we can't disclose Tinubu's primary, secondary school, Chicago State University. So they're still on that particular track line. So they are still on that particular track line. But a man that seems somewhat to be departing his track line, 2023, Nigerians react as Fayose dumps Atiku, backs Southern presidency. So there it is right there. The former governor of Ekiti State, steeped in the wool, dyed in the wool, completely to the core of his being Yoruba man. So if he's backing a Southern presidency, there's no gainsaying where his support goes. So he abandons party and leader to go in a different direction. Nigerians react as Fayose dumps Atiku, backs Southern presidency. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. And this has been a recurring decimal that has been simmering under the underbelly of the Nigerian state for the last 7 years. It's the pains of Ortom, of course. I am yet to receive God's approval to support my party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, Governor Ortom making this headline. So somewhat of a sleight of hand being played there by this funny man, because you will remember, it was Ortom that headed the committee that made the decision on whether the PDP rather, it was Ortom that headed the committee that made the decision whether the PDP should zone its presidential ticket slot to the south or not. And he was at the arrowhead that threw open that space in order to facilitate for the emergence of Atiku. So he's been a bit somewhat disingenuous, some of you might say, and I certainly would agree with this headline. I am yet to receive God's approval to support my party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, Governor Ortom. So there it is right there, sleight of hand, takia from a man that is Christian. So he has lived amongst the likes of them too much. So this is now, so this next headline is for both dark tidings for you and I. This next headline forebodes dark tidings for you and I. PDP lawmakers protest as APC lawmaker reintroduces water resources bill. So there it is right there. It forebodes dark tidings for you and I, because this water resources bill is some sort of convoluted, but rather, I wouldn't even say clever, because people identify it for what it is, that opens up the waterways in the entirety of the Nigerian space for Fulani headsmen to avail themselves of. And you recall, of course, that the government is looking to set up settlement camps in all of the local government areas in Nigeria for Fulani travelers that are traversing with their cattle. And these settlement camps will be sited around the waterways. And you know that the waterways, of course, is the richest resource that any space. Go to Venezuela now and see what they are suffering. Go to any of these South Latin American countries, they cannot even drink water. They are piping water into kegs in the way that we used to do back in the day in Nigeria. So water is the most valuable of resource, and this is what the Fulanis are looking to use this bill to seize from the south. And by the way, before the end of the Buhari administration, there will be a wave of Fulani related legislations that will be instituted into the Nigerian statute books. And once they've instituted it into the Nigerian statute books, it will be near impossible, if not impossible, to remove them, because their numbers carry the weight in the parliament. So once they've instituted the Fulani preferential laws for Fulanis into the statute books, it will be fait accompli. So they are looking to seize the waterways in the south, and this is what this bill portends to do. So that is why it forebodes danger for you and I. PDP lawmakers, protesters, APC lawmaker reintroduces water resource bill. Water resources, it says, not resource. So water resources bill. So from that to this, so have I read this headline already? I have, haven't I? Have I? Oh, yes. No. So this is a reaction to it. So, yes. Okay, so I might align this one with the Fayose one. So 2023, Shehu Sani reacts as Fayose insists on Southern presidency. So Shehu Sani now turning fast into Femi Fani-Kayode somewhat, who has an opinion on virtually everything. He used to be Femi Fani-Kayode and somewhat sure that every single thing that is said, they have an opinion on. So Shehu Sani now joins that. If you are talking about frying dodo, he will go on Twitter to tell you just the best way to do it. So this is Shehu Sani now, being the ever busybody that he always has been. So how's this thing scrolling? So bear with me one moment. Yes, 2023, Shehu Sani reacts as Fayose insists on Southern presidency. So quite what the Kaduna lawmaker has to say, we find out shortly. Malami influenced Buhari not to sign amended electoral act because it did not favor him personally. APC Senator Baka Chua is the person. You remember, of course, that this Baka Chua, or once upon a time a senior judge, it looks as though he's now a parliamentarian. So this is a song that we've sung repeatedly all through that space on this platform. The way Malami is using the Electoral Act to favor his singular interest. Deleting at will. Remember when they said they were going to publish the Electoral Act, they sent it to the printers to the exclusion of a clause that does not favor him because he got a judgment, some fake judgment from a southeastern judge. So this is what this guy is doing, and it appears as though nobody is fooled. Malami influenced Buhari not to sign amended Electoral Act because it did not favor him personally. APC senator, so is even his own party senator, and this Baka Chua is even his own tribesman. So there it is right there. That is the headline. That is. So that was the week that is the headline that is. Atiku should visit Wike if he wants peace. Ortom still holding court. So Wike, of course, now he may well be the person that ends the Atiku train because he could significantly take from that party line. Then to land on this headline, this is a headline that comes off the back of that little video clip that we played of our Yoruba actors endorsing Tinubu. Very quickly, as anticipated, the backlash, Nigerian tweeps tackle actors Jide Kosoko, Eniola Badmus, says supporting Tinubu after Buhari is foolishness. So there it is right there. So I'm not sure that this comes as a surprise to anybody, especially the principals in play. They knew when they were taking the dollars and putting their face out there in endorsement of Tinubu, this was to come. They anticipated this backlash, of course. But will it be as vociferous as they fear? It's the question, but it will certainly come, and it has come. Nigerian tweeps tackle actors Jide Kosoko, Eniola Badmus, says supporting Tinubu after Buhari is foolishness. So there it is right there. So when you're talking tweet, you're talking youth, essentially. So that's the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button if you please, and click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Now, at your discretion, if you want to come on, because you are often entertained by the people that you see on the screen, and I'm sure you hold opinions just as fervently as you do, as they do and express. So if you want to come and express your opinions with fervor, and you have the confidence to do that, it's a gentle space, so I will ease you through it. I certainly will ease you through it. So if you're a new voice who has not yet been sampled, then click on that hyperlink, and then I'll give you priority and ease you through the process. So that is it. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So there it is, and there it is. Before we come into the fullness of it, let's take another musical intermission, and then we get into the throes of it. Here it is.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wike ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Who would not say amen to that? I certainly am saying amen to that. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Why we can't disclose Tinubu's primary secondary schools certificates at Chicago State University under pressure. The Chicago State University has explained why it is unable to give clarification on the primary and secondary schools attended by the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu. A spokeswoman for Chicago State University, Lauren Finch, said Tinubu's academic records are covered by American privacy regulations. In an email to correspondents, the Chicago State University confirmed Tinubu as a former student graduating with a degree in business and administration on June the 22nd, 1979. So that is about the third or fourth person that has confirmed this. So, but with this, would that satiate the yam heads that are the Ipobian space propelling this? Certainly not. It reads, we have checked with our legal department and we cannot give you more than the information we have already provided. Mr. Tinubu attended our school and, crucially, graduated on June the 22nd, 1979. We can only say when he came in and when he graduated. Correspondents recall the Lagos State, the former Lagos governor had claimed that unknown persons stole his school cert during the military rule in 1990. Tinubu stated this in an affidavit submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as part of his eligibility filings for the 2023 presidential elections. It was gathered that documents released last Friday by the electoral umpire showed that Tinubu left the columns for his primary and secondary education unmarked. Tinubu, however, noted that he obtained a degree in business and administration in 1979 at the Chicago State University. So there it is right there, the minimum bar, we keep saying, being a school cert. So that is the latest installment in that space. More confirmation from the university. 2023, Nigerians react as Fayose dump Atiku, backs Southern presidency. So reactions has trailed the, so let me actually, bear with me 1 second. I'm going to move the Sheikh Sani readout next to this so they can go in sequence. All right, un momento. Reactions have trailed the backing of a southern presidency by former presidential aspirant of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Ayodele Fayose. Correspondents report that the former Ekiti state governor, via his verified Twitter page on Wednesday, declared the South as the next region to produce Nigeria's president after Mohamed Buhari's two-term as president. The PDP chieftain further hinted that he may not back his party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, using a Yoruba slang now attached to the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu. Fayose said it is the turn of the South for nothing. He promised to give Nigerians more details on his tweets soon. Fayose wrote, the PDP constitution provides for a rotational presidency. Section 3C provides that the party shall pursue its aims and objectives by adhering to the policy of the rotation and zoning of party and public elective offices in pursuance of the principle of equity, justice, and fairness. The current president of Nigeria is a two-term northern president, first implying that it must be a southern presidency in 2023 or nothing. Our South local Nigerians should await details soon. So our local, so that is it right there. I don't quite know what that says in Igbo language, but I know what that says in Yoruba language. Our local, I don't think you can be any clearer than that. So sweet. Oh no, I think there are reactions to that actually. Did I stop that too early? Let me see if there are further paragraphs are further down. Oh yes. Reacting to the declaration, a Twitter user identified as Dignified Everest wrote, no argument, but if it is not the Southeast, then it is not equity or justice. You can't choose half equity. Igbos have never had a vice president or president since 1999. One Flames of God wrote, Sir, at Governor Ayodele Fayose, I support you 100%. However, we should not say Igbo landlords. We should not say Lagos land. Let's take that again. One Flames of God wrote, Sir, at Governor Ayo Fayose, I support you 100%. However, we should not say Lagos landlord, local. Sir, kindly work for Mr. Peter Obi. We'll be waiting for you to collapse your structure for the success of Mr. Peter Obi. Adesida writes from Akure, Ondo. So it claims to be Adesida, but it may well be. One wrote, it says what? You go support Tinubu as you all pretend like you like justice, fairness, and equity. Remember, the Southeast is being deliberately prevented from producing the president of Nigeria. Another person, this current president is from APC. You can't rotate what you don't have. Get power first before talking about rotation. And if you are talking about fairness, it should be the Southeast. So I challenge you to support Peter Obi for that fairness and equity. One early man, in 2019, when PDP zoned or Abi rotated presidency to the north, did they have it? But you are right in your last line. Peter Obi is the right person to vote for 2023 presidency. Whether we do competence/zoning, Nigerians have decided that we will give ourselves a chance to survive. So that is it right there. So you already know what's going on. But Shehu Sani, more importantly, but not more importantly, but more celebratedly, responds. Shehu Sani reacts as Fayose insists on Southern presidency. Former Kaduna Central lawmaker, Senator Shehu Sani, has urged former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose to calm down over his position and insistence on a 2023 Southern presidency. Sani was part of the many people that reacted after Fayose took to his Twitter account on Wednesday to imply he may not back the presidential ambition of Atiku Abubakar, who is the 2023 candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), because 2023 should be the turn of the South. Correspondents report both Fayose and Atiku belong to People's Democratic Party (PDP). However, Fayose, in a submission on Wednesday, said the PDP should have followed the zoning principle and chosen its candidate from the South. He insisted that for equity, justice, and fairness to prevail, it must be a Southern presidency in 2023 or nothing. The PDP, so it goes on to say all that I've just read. Following the outburst, Sani told him to exercise patience, adding that the delegates do not read the Constitution. Following the outburst, Sani told him to exercise patience, adding that the delegates do not read the Constitution the former Ekiti State governor is quoted. According to Sani, calm down, big bro. Delegates know they read Constitution. Now means then they read. So there it is right there. So he never misses a chance to make some sort of acerbic quip. So an acerbic quip from a quick-witted senator from Kaduna State. I am yet to receive God's approval, and this is what caused. Let me have a sip of water. And this is what led to Fayose's verbosity. Let me shut this window because it's a bit cold. So, so this is what led to Fayose's verbosity, by the way. I am yet to receive God's approval to support my party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Governors alone who put the machinations in place to emerge Atiku. Governor Samuel Ortom of Benue has said that he's yet to receive God's approval to support his party, People's Democratic Party presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Ortom, who criticized Atiku's choice of Governor Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta as his running mate over Governor Yemson Wike of Rivers State, stated he will be supporting Atiku's presidential bid only if God directs him. In an interview on Arise on Wednesday, June the 29th, the Benue State governor praised Wike as somebody who stood for the party and made sure that things work. He also said some of us believed in him as the party's best choice for the vice presidential candidate. Ortom said, all of us have our weapon. Wike can be something, but when it comes to mobilization, impact, value addition, and reaching out to make sure that the party works, the man is an instrument. He is somebody who stood for the party and made sure that things worked. Some of us believed in him, but unfortunately, it was somebody else. But the party is supreme, he said. However, some of us have resorted to prayers. I have been in hibernation. We've resorted to prayers. Lord God, where do we go from here? I believe as a Christian that power belongs to God. The Bible says a man can receive nothing except it is given to him from above. I am praying. I have gone into hibernation. I am fasting and praying. So in the end, if God directs me that I should support Atiku, why should I not? And by the way, to pause for a moment. So Atiku, by the way, is the presidential flag bearer of the party that both Fayose and Ortom belong to. But they cannot, with any conviction, place their loyalty with him. One has categorically rejected him, and one is seeking divine intervention to decide if he does support him. So this is where Atiku is. I am praying. I have gone into hibernation. I am fasting and praying. So in the end, if God directs me that I should support Atiku, why should I not do it? After all, he is my party member. But I am waiting for him to do more. I expect him to reach out to Wike, who came second in the presidential primary, the man he denied the popular view of the PDP, 14 out of 17, who said Wike should be the vice presidential candidate. I expect more explanation. I expect him to talk to Wike, whom we are supporting first. I expect him to reach out to some of us so that together we can work as a party. So that Wike space continues to open up within the APCs, within the PDP slot. PDP lawmakers protest as APC lawmaker reintroduces water resources bill. Lawmakers elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party staged a protest on Wednesday, June the 29th, as Sada Soli, an All Progressives Congress APC lawmaker from Katsina State, reintroduced the controversial Water Resources Bill. The bill, which seeks to establish an act that will provide a regulatory framework for Nigeria's water resources sector, was first introduced in the 8th National Assembly by executive. The bill brings water resources, both surface and underground, and the banks of water sources affecting more than one state under the control of the federal government. Pardon me, bear with me one moment. I'm just going to come off the screen for 1 second.
Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaboli Mary Nandi go only do I walk. O Mary Wonindi Zu Biroya Abakare. Mamanda ora, Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out.
Another Savior.
All right, and we're back. Sorry about that. So, bear with me. I just need to come off again, just to attend to my, hold on.
Oh, you do, I fall. Oh, Mary, Wonindi, Wondiroya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three.
Pardon me. All right. Sorry about that. A bit of a domestic. So back to it then. So let's get back to it. Let's take it from the top again. PDP lawmakers protest as APC lawmaker reintroduces Water Resources Bill. Lawmakers elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party staged a protest on Wednesday, June the 29th, after Sada Soli, an All Progressives Congress APC lawmaker from Katsina State, reintroduced the controversial Water Resources Bill. Reintroduced the controversial Water Resources Bill. The bill, which seeks to establish an act that would provide a regulatory framework for Nigeria's water resources sector, was first introduced in the 8th National Assembly by the executive. Hold on.
Oh, Mary, Wonindi, Wondiroya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. thunder, swamp, by.
Sorry about that. Stop, start. So let's start again. So let's just take it from the top again and hopefully hustle through it this time around. Lawmakers elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party have staged a protest on Wednesday, June the 29th, after Sada Soli, an All Progressives Congress APC lawmaker from Katsina State, reintroduced the controversial Water Resources Bill. The bill, which seeks to establish an act that will provide a regulatory framework for Nigeria's water resources sector, was first introduced in the 8th National Assembly by the executive. The bill brings water resources, both surface and underground, and the banks of water sources are affecting more than one state under the control of the federal government. After it was read on Wednesday at the Red Chamber, Mark Giller and John something or the other, both People's Democratic Party lawmakers, faulted its reintroduction. Glibla, who is from Benue State, said, I am aware that the matter listed for first reading, the National Water Resources Bill, generated a lot of controversy within this honorable house and even across the country, and some of us wonder why this issue is being represented on the floor of the House, because some of us are not comfortable in support of this bill in the first instance. Responding to this, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, disclosed that he raised the same question with Soli, chairman of the Committee on Water Resources. Gbajabiamila, however, added that he was told that governors made input and that the concerns raised may have been addressed. He said, I asked the chairman the same thing this morning, and he told me that the issues of controversy that were raised then have been addressed by all governors. Apparently, it is a new bill that all the governors of the Federation, both South and North, participated in this bill, and I want to take him by his words. So the Yorubas never learn, of course, a Yoruba man taking the Fulani man at his words. I believe that you raised a very cogent point. We live in a very diverse country, and everybody's sensitivity must be taken into consideration. It is subject to the participation of all governors because they govern their states. They know what affects them and what does not affect them. But Gbajabiamila also asked members of the House to be extremely vigilant on the debate regarding the bill when it comes up for second reading. But Gibla, however, kicked against this, insisting that the responsibility of lawmaking rests on lawmakers and not governors. He said, it is we that have those powers as enshrined in the Constitution to enact legislations that will be binding on this country. In response, Gbajabiamila said, although he didn't infer that governors should dictate to us, legislators work in a symbiotic relationship with the CEOs of the states, who are sometimes in a better position to know what is best for the states. After Diagi, a lawmaker in Benue, said, governors are not legislators. They are not members of this parliament. Their contributions, as far as this matter is concerned, are irrelevant. He was interrupted by Gbajabiamila, who said he has already addressed the issue. Gbajabiamila directed that copies of the bill should be made available to lawmakers before the proposed legislation is presented for second reading. Commenting on the bill, Soli claimed governors and state attorney generals have contributed to the bill. He also said he will withdraw the proposed legislation if it is opposed by Nigerians. He said, let me assure my colleagues that the comments of the Governors Forum are attached to the bill, and the comments of the Attorney General, which was requested by the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, are attached to the bill. All Attorney Generals of different states and of the Federation commented on the bill before they could address some of the issues that were raised on the floor. Let me assure my colleagues on my honor, I will not stand here to see a particular section of this country is shortchanged by the legislation of this country. If it if that happens, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw the bill in the interest of the country. So just to be clear, what this bill is proposing is that any waterways, and it is crucial, so just be clear on what is being said, and then you will see that we are in trouble. Let me just see if I can find where it actually, let's say, let's on. Right. The bill brings water resources, both surface and underground, and the banks of water sources affecting more than one state under the control of the federal government. So it is essentially going to sweep up all of the waterways in Nigeria, because it is very rare that you see one water channel that goes to the end of one state and then stops. It often cascades because, of course, the waters don't know the state boundaries. So the waters often cascades from one state into another. So by this act of legislation, the waterways comes under the authority of because usually the land belongs to the state, but they are claiming that the waterways now is going to belong to the federal space. And since they are going to start building all these grazing reserves in all of the local government areas in the country, they are going to build it on the bank of these waterways, which is the most fertile spaces in any space in time. So this is what they are proposing, of course, another Fulanization agenda. Malami influenced Buhari not to sign amended electoral act because it did not favor him personally. APC Senator Bakachua. Adamu Bakachua, the lawmaker representing Bauchi North Senatorial District in the Nigerian Senate, has accused the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami of discouraging President Muhammad Buhari from signing the amended Electoral Act. The ruling All Progressives Congress APC senator, in an interview on Channels Television on Tuesday, monitored by correspondents, said Malami dragged the National Assembly to court in the name of the president and himself because the Electoral Act did not favor him. Bakachua said, the first act we gave Mr. President, he returned it with an amendment. So he had signed the one, everything would have gone normal. But we think he was influenced by the Minister of Justice, who I think believed the Electoral Act does not favor him personally. So he advised Mr. President not to sign and send in an amendment. And we have cooperated with Mr. President all through from 2019 till date. So we thought Mr. President brought in an amendment, and we looked at the amendment and said, okay, let it be. So we fashioned it along his amendment and sent it back. But sooner did we do that, the same minister who advised him to sign now went to court in the name of the president and himself, confirming his statement that Malami influenced Buhari not to sign the amended Electoral Act. The senator said, yes, the Attorney General. Correspondents had on several reports detailed how Malami had schemed to ensure Section 8412 of the Electoral Act Amendment 2022 was expunged because of his political ambition. The law bars political appointees like Malami from seeking elective public office or voting as delegates in a party primary unless they resign their positions. Meanwhile, Malami was planning to contest for governor of his state, Kebbi. For instance, he and Buhari had dragged the National Assembly before the Supreme Court over the section of the Electoral Act. Buhari was signing the amended bill into law on February the 25th, had urged the parliament to expunge Clause 8412 of the Act. The clause reads, no political appointee at any level shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of any political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election. In March, both chambers of the National Assembly rejected President Buhari's request to amend the clause in the Electoral Act. Subsequently, the Attorney General boasted that the Nigerian government would consider all other options available before taking a position on the matter. In a lawsuit marked blah 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 and filed on April the 29th, 2022, with the National Assembly as the sole defendant, Buhari and Malami sought an order of the court to strike out the section of the act which they said was inconsistent with the nation's constitution. The duo told the Apex Court that Section 8412 of the Electoral Act is inconsistent with the provisions of Section 42, 65, 66, etc., of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Okay, let's come through. Okay. I'm just skimming through so that I can get to the pertinent bits. However, the Supreme Court last Friday dismissed the suit filed by Buhari and Malami to void the provisions of Section 8412 of the Electoral Act 2022. In its ruling, the Apex Court held that Buhari, having assented to the Electoral Act on the 25th of February 2022, had no power to challenge the legality of the Electoral Act. Justice Emmanuel Agim held that the action of Buhari in instituting the case was declared as a gross abuse of court. The court upheld Kayode Adulo's preliminary objection that the president cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time, and that Buhari had no power under any law to dictate to the National Assembly on lawmaking. Speaking on the chances of Bola Tinubu, the APC presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Bakachua said the possibility of Tinubu winning the election is not certain yet, because the person he picks as running mate will be an important factor. It depends on circumstances. One is still his running mate. The one that is now warming the seat, everybody, including Tinubu himself, knows that he's not the real running mate. So we wait, and these are some of the circumstances that will determine whether he wins or not. The running mate will make a lot of difference, he said. So he has to go to a strong Muslim northerner, somebody like Kwakwanso is the thing. So maybe Kwakwanso will come back and take that slot. Atiku should visit Wike if he wants peace. This is Governor Ortom, but I'm not going to read that out because it's somewhat captured already in what we read already. Nigerian tweep tackles actors Jide Kosoko and Eniola Badmus, says supporting Tinubu after Buhari is foolishness. Nigerian tweeps have been attacking Yoruba actors Jide Kosoko and Eniola Badmus on Twitter for declaring support for the ruling All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu for the 2023 general elections, following the actors' endorsement of the former Lagos State governor and national leader of the ruling party in a viral video shared by their colleague Yinka Quadri. Many Nigerians on Twitter have been lambasting the popular Yoruba actors. They accused them of being tribalistic without considering the current plight of Nigerians under President Muhammad Buhari's administration. While some users of the microblogging app said Kosoko's support for Tinubu did not come as a surprise to them, having been President Buhari and Tinubu's supporter since 2015, others described the decision of the actors as foolishness. They accused Kosoko and his colleagues who endorsed Tinubu's candidacy of yielding to tribalism and ethnic sentiment, calling them ethnic bigots who have failed to be honest about Nigeria's situation. A user said, last time Jide Kosoko was active in politics was during the Ojota protest, and we all know who led that protest, Tinubu and co. That protest ushered in Buhari, and I never heard Jide Kosoko speak about APC malgovernance. Time for another election, and his voice is back. Money is king. Another commentator, a real wahala for you if in the 21st century you need a celebrity to show you where your vote should go. If Jide Kosoko and his gang make them support a dead man. Another contributor, Jide Kosoko and every Yoruba man can go ahead and campaign for Tinubu. P-Square and every Igbo person is free to campaign for Art Peter Obi. But before you make this a tribal war, ask yourself this question. Is the price of cooking gas different from tribe to tribe? It touch everybody. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Another contributor, if you supported Buhari in 2015 and you are canvassing for Tinubu in 2023, then you are a fool because only fools refuse to learn from their past. Another contributor, so they are supporting him because he supported the Yoruba movie industry. So when he becomes president, what happens? Africa Magic Yoruba makes Nigeria a better nation. We enjoy security because Jide Kosoko starred in a movie. Why are you guys so selfish and vile? This is Chukwu Bule. He writes, Jide Kosoko was prominent at Occupy Nigeria, even wore the t-shirt, but he maintained a studied silence on social media over the past 7 years. Now he comes all out in support of Tinubu. Of course, we know where his motivation comes from. So all of it and all the rest in that vein. So all of it and all the rest in that vein. And as I welcome the panelists, the mighty Ajanlekoko, of course, enigmatic Hindu, DOG, Saki, Father, Henry, we see you. Ifeanyi, we see you. And Moses, we see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So good to have you all. Let's kick it off then. Bear with me. Let me just make that a bit more. Yeah. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off with Enigmatics, if it's ready to go. So Enigmatic, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So Enigmatic, let me start you off where I stopped off. But before I start you off, you may or may not have had the chance to see this, but for the benefit of others, it's just a 1-minute clip. But watch this.
Kò sí ẹni tí ó yẹ lásìkò yìí láti gbé àsíá ẹgbẹ́ APC bí kò ṣe àkọ́bí ọmọ olódò idẹ.
Pẹ̀lú àtìlẹ́yìn Ọlọ́run
àti àfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ọmọ Nàìjíríà rere.
Ipò ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yìí.
Ó ti ṣeé ṣe.
Ó dẹ̀ dá wa lójú wípé
ìtẹ̀síwájú ọ̀tún á dé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa.
nítorí kíni.
Aṣíwájú kájẹ. Akíkanjú ni. Ọ̀mọ̀wé ni. Pẹ̀lú ìrírí tó péye. Ìmọ̀ àti òye.
Láti darí àwa ọmọ Nàìjíríà dé ilẹ̀ ìlérí.
Àràbà ní bàbá.
Ẹni abálábà ní bàbá.
Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu ni. Òun gangan ni.
Òun ló kàn. Nítorí wípé òun ló tó gbangba sùn lọ́yẹ̀. Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá
Ahmed Tinubu. Àkànbí.
Ọmọ olódò dẹ.
Jìjàgàbá.
Tinubu for president.
Ohùn ọ̀run ti gbọ́, ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀.
This message is from the League of Actors 2023.
And there it is right there, enigmatic. Anybody that thinks that is not going to get tribal and get toxic and get money-led, that person should wake up. So that's the wake-up call right there. Enigmatic, the backlash against that are already on Twitter, but what are you making both of the presentation of the actors and the predictable backlash that ensued?
Well, first of all, they haven't done anything to violate any law of the land as enshrined in the Constitution of Nigeria. They are at liberty to support whoever, whatsoever they believe in. They have liberty and obligation to their right, of association and right of assembly. That's what basically they are doing. So I do not really like the hypocrisy that is being played around. Because like you just mentioned, this game is changing by the day, right? So when you look at the tempo, who are those people lashing out at these folks? Who are those people castigating these folks, persecuting them for supporting who they wish to support? I mean, this is common sense. What is different from what they are doing? What is different from what they are doing from what Oke Bakassi, Acapella, and all the Southeast celebrities? What is different from what they've done? They've all come out beating their chests for Peter Obi. Nobody castigated them. Nobody persecuted them. Nobody told them you do not have the right to support Peter Obi because he's a Southeasterner. Nobody is reading any tribalistic, agenda to it. These folks are adults. In America over here, you have people who are supporting Republicans. You have folks who are supporting Democrats. We know even here by nature, most Africans, most Nigerians who tilt toward Republicans are Igbo people. They are Republican by nature. That does not cause any problem. So they've not done anything wrong. Whoever is having problem with this, they need to reassess how they think. When you go over the Twitter, you'll be embarrassed, and that's what we are talking about. These toxic and these irate supporters of Peter Obi, they are causing problem for him almost everywhere. Because
is it enigmatic? Is it almost an inevitability that this election is going to get tribal very quickly? Because this is a Wazobia election. Wazobia. So you can't expect somebody else to go and join Zo now, or Zo to go and join Bia. It's a Wazobia election.
One man, the election is getting to the point that people are choosing where they belong. I was saying something last week that due to some classified reasons, I may not be able to say much. A lot of people think maybe, do you know, Wike and Tinubu, they met yesterday. They had some high-level meetings yesterday, and you heard what Fayose did today. So simultaneously, Fayose was making some cryptic information over the Twitter, while at the same time, simultaneously, Ortom was speaking almost the same tone of Fayose, and Wike is not in the country. Same time, Tinubu is not in the country, and Kwankwaso is meeting with some top-notch in the north. So as the day goes by, some people may be chasing shadows, beating a dead horse, looking for certificate or whatever. Those who are ready for the election, they're already moving ahead. They've already changed the CGN of the federation. They are moving forward. They have a placeholder for their president, for their running mate to test the mic, and at the appropriate time, they will bring who they actually want to be the running mate. And whatever people say over here, the running mate is going to be a Muslim. So
all right.
it's getting interesting by the day.
Sorry, enigmatic. Pause your thoughts there for a moment. Only because the chairman of the platform, of course, Alexander Gomez, he never stays long, but he runs away if we don't go to him quickly. So allow the space, enigmatic, with
sure,
your permission. Let's hear from Mr. Alexander. So good to see you. You make your usual cameo once in a while appearance.
Well, this election season is getting very interesting, actually. Enigmatic, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate you. The way it's looking, like I always put on the super charts, I think Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria. For every person that Obi gets on his part, is a minus for Atiku and a plus for Tinubu. Obi is essentially a spoiler. He can't win. He won't win. But I appreciate and I honor the fact that his brand is spreading like wildfire. But there's no, like we say here in America, I don't see how he can win the election. I don't see the route for him to win the election. So
there is a route to the election, Alexander, for him. Wishful thinking is the route. I think they want to follow
if you want to be sarcastic, if you want to If you want to be sarcastic, you could say that. But Obi, the way he's going, if he can remain Obi, let me say it properly. If it can remain and brand his status for a long time, maybe for the next 4 years, I can see him becoming the president of Nigeria. I can. He has the followership. He has the ideology, and I think that it's really time for the Igbos to be president of Nigeria. And the only person that I've seen come out of that region, the Southeast region, essentially in the last 30 years, is Obi. You know, he's doing a great job.
Alexander, what are you taking of what are you making rather of the assertion that Peter Obi is essentially a John the Baptist to Charles Soludo? So he essentially is going to sensitize the Nigerian mind to an Igbo presidency, only for Soludo then, when he has put in a performance in Anambra, to come and seize that spot.
I've never ever thought about that before. Now that you're saying it, you're absolutely correct. So Soludo could take over the spot if he comes out to run as president. He's the most recognized person of Igbo extraction in Nigeria today. He's the most respected administrator from Nigeria from Igbo extraction.
Well, so he has a brain. Obi does not.
So, he's one of the best. He's one of the best economists in the world. Nobody can take that away from him. The man is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And as Alexander Gomez, intelligence means a lot to me. I need to be able to be and someone needs to stimulate me with ideologies and things that would excite me, and that's what Soludo does for me. You know, I don't see any other person in Nigeria today that does that. Soludo does that, but unfortunately, he's a governor. Maybe in 4 years' time, he'll give it up to be the president. But it's time. Fair is fair. It's time for the Igbo man to be the president of Nigeria. Whatever reservation anybody has about that, and a lot of people have reservations about an Igbo person being president of Nigeria for their own personal reasons. I don't necessarily subscribe to it, but I can relate to it. An Igbo man needs to be president of Nigeria, and the person that is paramount.
My brother, what?
Yes.
Good evening, my brother. Why not now? Because you
like this. You mean to be the governor of Nigeria, president of Nigeria?
Why not southeastern and now? Because you said this.
It's too late. It's not possible. Thomas, I believe that's Thomas from Australia, right?
Yes, please.
It's not possible right now. It doesn't look likely right now that an Igbo man. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's be educated. Let's be upfront about ourselves. Let's be critical about the space. There's no path for Obi to be president of Nigeria in 2023. 2028 or 29 or whatever, yes, of course. Soludo, Peter Obi, yes. But right now, the game is between Tinubu v. Atiku. And my last money would go on Tinubu only because Tinubu, Obi is really neutralizing the supporters that would ordinarily go for Atiku, especially in the South and the Southeast. And if you don't have, if PDP loses those spots in the main Southeast and South, there's no way there will be an Igbo president for 2000 and Atiku will be a president in 2023. It's not possible. I say it again. Let me say this before I go, because I need my brother to take over his natural space. Enigmatic. At the end of the day, this Solomon has painted the right and exact path. This is gonna transpire. And at the end of the day, it's looking very likely, unless, like Woman says, something unforeseen right now happens, Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria to 2023. Let me let you go ahead with the show, Woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Alexander. So thank you, Alexander, and thank you, Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, Araba ni baba, Entaba balaba ni baba, Yoruba ronu. by the time they speak all the ijiles into the hearts and minds of the Yoruba space, they'll be asking, Peter Obi, Akatawo ló ti jáde, which homestead is it from? Sorry, mute yourself, Thomas, please. So back to you, Enigmatic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez, and thanks for the opportunity to, now I've always been telling you that I do not like to deceive myself. I like being realistic, and everybody who knows my position, we know where I stand. We just have to be realistic. This game is changing every day, and some people are still focusing on the absolute wrong metrics, wrong thing entirely. You are chasing certificate. Why Tinubu and Atiku, they are somewhere, meeting people who have crossed the numbers for them.
Electorates. They are
chasing electorates. I was telling you, do you think Tinubu is somewhere checking his health? No, he's making, because there are some meetings you cannot do in Nigeria for now for some certain reasons. Okay, when you see what is happening in PDP, look at, for a governor of a PDP governor to come on here, of course he wouldn't say I'm not going to give my vote, I'm not going to give my people for PDP or to support Atiku. But he said it to people who can listen and who can reason that, man, this guy is Wike's man. And you can see the handwriting on the wall that these folks are mad at Atiku. They are mad at two things. Atiku ditched them, took everybody into APC and worked against them first time. Walked in back to the party like he never did anything, like nothing happened. He came back, dollarized the system, took the ticket, went back, lost in 2019, lost the election. He even his election tribunal that he instituted against APC, he wasn't there. He went to stay in Dubai while Wike and all of them were holding the party. And after 4 years again, you came back from your sojourn, wherever you've been, and you came back, dollarized the system, and with the power of your share IU and some top notch in the PDP, you yanked the ticket off Wike as if that was not enough. Okay, 17 people sat, top notch of the PDP. The 14 of them chose to have Wike as the vice president. You show somebody else without due consultation to Wike. Wike is a sitting governor. Wike has been a pillar of that party. Wike has been the person holding the party. He's the only one, that has stayed within that party for all these years. Then you just think a phone call. This is a state governor for that matter. No matter your politics, Tinubu went as far as visiting people who scored 0 in the primaries. People who does not even matter. He went to their home, not a phone call. You are the leader of the party now because you are the party flag bearer. There are some moves you are supposed to have made. Where are you now? You are in Dubai.
Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
Point of correction. After the primary, Atiku met Wike. He traveled to Port Harcourt to meet with Wike. And Wike have responded as well.
No, not before. This is where
after the primary. I'm talking about, after the primary. Atiku traveled to Port Harcourt to meet with Wike. What do you call this?
Agariko, point of correction, it's in Abuja, not Port Harcourt. It's in Abuja, not Port Harcourt.
No. Hold on.
No, they met first in Abuja and then subsequently in Port Harcourt. Yeah.
In Port Harcourt. I think maybe 1 month. So,
the point of the matter, let me explain to you, is where they are having issues with him.
was there when he
I understand the point you are saying now.
So
yeah, they met him immediately after the primaries, right? But where they are having issues with, okay, why did you, if you do not want Wike at that point, let him know, where you belong. Then you allowed the PDP hierarchy to constitute themselves, the BOT members. If you do not want to have Wike at that moment, do not even let them constitute that board, that sitting or whatever. They constituted the sitting, they showed Wike at that level. Then they 14 against 17. That means you've given Wike another chance to believe, oh, you know, regardless of what happened, regardless of the skirmishes, we can equally work together and save this party and take APC down or stuff like that. Because Wike has always given his word, whatever happens, I'm going to work for this party. Then by the time you show him that love, immediately after the primaries, okay, say, okay, now then you show that, okay, BOT can sit and select within for you, right? Then
but it's against the rule for the party to laud the candidate on the
they are not lauding. They are not lauding. They are not lauding.
You have the right. You have the right to choose whoever he likes. It's not necessarily have to go by whoever the party appoint for him.
That's why he should have managed the situation well. Okay, he failed to manage it well.
I don't see what he has done wrong. He has done it right. The party have to do their own part, which they did by constituting a committee
when eventually it shows Okowa as against the 14 the BOT's choice, right? Now where they said he called before the news came out, they said he was supposed to have called Wike and let Wike know, hey, this is why I made this position, take this position. This is the reason. They said he called Wike over the phone and was trying to explain to Wike at that level that this is why I'm choosing Okowa and blah blah blah. Wike is already hot. Okay, he saw the game Okowa played against him. Okowa was the one who he was his state in Delta State at Asaba. There they held the southern regions governors meeting.
Enigmatic. It is not a position of entitlement. Wike is not entitled to that position of vice president.
He's entitled to feel aggrieved. Ajanekoko is entitled to feel aggrieved.
Okay, now look at what
is not a position of entitlement. The person that have the soul.
To feel aggrieved, though.
Who would you consider the father of the party now? The father of the party now is Atiku. He's not managed. Why? What is he doing in Dubai? He's not managing the situation well.
I mean, Tinubu is in Paris too. You don't know what he's doing there.
Tinubu does not go. Tinubu does not leave for Paris until he puts his house in order, and then his move is
actually that's not true. That's not true.
We're getting sidetracked somewhat, but line the point.
That's not true.
And then I wanted to go back to
That's not true. Enigmatic.
Okay. Listen, what is happening in PDP now? No, what is happening in PDP now? Either you like it or not, myself and Black League, we came over here when he shows Okowa that it's going to be a problem for him. Some people said no. Because in Delta State already, Okowa is having issues with some heavyweights in PDP. Then
enigmatic. The same thing is happening in APC. APC is disintegrating.
No, you cannot compare. You cannot be comparing APC. You cannot compare APC with PDP. APC
even there is more crisis. There is more crisis in APC. The entire state of assembly members of
APC. You want to talk about the national assembly members?
Hold on. If you can't talk, if Ajanekoko is trying to land, let him land, and then you can counter. Yeah.
The entire state of assembly members of APC have moved to PDP, and we have seen two senators and two senators in that state of APC have moved for PDP, and we have seen in Kebbi, we have seen the former governor and his entire team. They move out of APC to PDP, and we have seen two senators in the National Assembly from two other states from APC to PDP. So APC is not settled as well. A lot of crisis that is going on in APC, but it's a matter of time. We're going to see. APC might implode. Yes.
Okay. Can I continue?
Sorry, Enigmatic, just a minute.
Okay.
Most of the people live in APC are because they failed primaries. I don't think that crisis you can weigh to what is happening in PDP. And to buttress what Enigmatic was trying to prove earlier, you see, in the politics of Nigeria, once people see where the direction is going, you will see everybody leaning towards that side. I've said it earlier, like 2 weeks ago. Like you will see people like Wike, even Kokonso, everybody is shouting, will probably go and join APC. There is still time for all these things to happen. And that is the thing. That's why you see Atiku today. He has gone to APC because he saw that there is direction, there is like a focus, they know where they are going to. So most of them move when they see. Now see Fayose, who knows Fayose can easily just started supporting Tinubu,
Oh, all right, we'll go to the fire share space in a moment, but I'll continue first, enigmatic. So the politics, you see, everything changes but remains the same. That is the Nigerian storyline. Because with all of this, this is a real move by these actors. And we did say that they were going to use the influencers in this instance. You saw the clip, every Yoruba actor of note came out and spoke in tandem, one word after the other, to paint a picture to land on Jagaban. And that is it right there. So who are you, a Yoruba boy or girl or man or woman, to say that you have fought contrary to the will of your people? So this is it. It's getting tribal, enigmatic.
So what you are seeing now is just a tip of an iceberg. What will happen in the coming days, is just it will be a cataclysmic effect of what 2023 will be like. To most political watchers, those who are really maybe privy to some information, or probably those who know what will happen, in the coming days, you will see heavy alignments and realignments. Okay? Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because even in America here, when it was very clear that they've thrown every bricks at Donald Trump, and it was clear that this guy was going to be the president. When you get to a certain level, no matter how the controversy will just be flying off as if it doesn't bother people, because they are looking ahead. And those who are in the political class, the inner circle of those political class, right? They will know within themselves. They know who is the party and the people who is going to be the next president. They are not stupid. So those who knows how to play the politics now, you will see their movement very soon. And I'm telling you, I say it here too. I told you I was talking to one brother yesterday, saying, waiting be Obi will go join them soon again. Now, that's what the guy said. Obi himself, the reason why Obi has not made some movement now is because it's let me use the language, it's shock now, because the Southeast people are shocking him. Any movement he makes, he has to consider them. It's like he's the one holding the umbrella for them. But with the way things are going, of course, Ajale Koko referred to the crisis happening in APC. And those happening in PDP. The crisis happening in APC, Buhari met the senators yesterday. He met them behind closed doors. Okay? And Senate President was there. Adamu was there. And he told them the new administration that is coming on board will be, and they said, the first language is that all of you know Jagaban very well. He's not the man that will give you promise and fail. All you need to do is go back and work and deliver. Then Jagaban knows what to do. And each of those states that these senators are coming from, who controls those states? They are PDP, they are APC governors. If they are really powerful like that, why did the governor take them out? So that's what we are talking about, the structure. So they either align, no matter if they are governor. What happened in APC in 2015 that like 5 governors moved? You see the way that thing affected APC. Senators cannot do that. They are already meeting about that, and at the end of the day, they will have an understanding. That's what I'm talking about. Senators moved. Abaribe moved from PDP to ABGA, right? Some PDP senators moved. There will be cross-carpeting here and there, but that is at the senatorial level. But we are talking about governors holding the team.
Enigmatic, do you think the Peter Obi support and this obedient thing, that this fervent something, do you think this thing is somewhat of a shackle around the ankle of Peter Obi, preventing him to politic in the best way that will serve him? Because this movement seems to hold him tight to a spot, and is not able to maneuver in politics. And in politics, you need maneuverability. So he's not able to maneuver because they've held him to that space. Enigmatic. Do you understand what I'm saying? And do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I believe, and that's what I just briefly mentioned. Peter Obi would have been considering some very, Machiavellian move by now politically, because, like I said, he's in the field, right? He knows what is happening. He's a politician. He has his interest politically, and he knows this is not gonna work. It's not gonna happen. But that apron strings of the Southeast now, is too much for him to say, okay, at this point in time, you know what, I'm gonna bend to this or I'm gonna bend to that. They will crucify him, and that could spell a doom for him politically. So he's in a tight corner now. And when you look at what one of these political analysts said today, he said the problem with Peter Obi now is he cannot move forward, he cannot move backward. He has to bend down and look at Southeast. He cannot make some certain decision. The decision you see somebody like Ortom will make easily, or somebody like Wike will make easily, or Fayose will make easily. He cannot do that. And he has put himself in that bind because now they see him as a torch bearer for them. But like Mr. Gomez, said, except maybe some people are just still having that kind of, or wishful thinking. It is clear that Peter Obi is going nowhere. But what he can do is either align. Kwankwaso is not trying to align with him now because he's not trying to be vice president. On Obi's term, Obi would have loved to be vice president, but he wouldn't want to take that risk now because Southeast says it's either Obi or nothing. And that's how you have sometimes politics it's a game of compromise. When they put you in that situation that you cannot even make some, compromise decision, then they spoil the politics for you. Absolutely. So they are spoiling the politics for Peter Obi now, and by extension for themselves in the Southeast, because every PDP's loss in Southeast and
my
South.
My brother, point of correction. Say what you know. Don't say what you don't know. Point of correction. Say what you know. Don't say what you don't know.
APC's game.
Now, hold on. I think somebody wants to interject. Who was that?
Yes, it's Moses. I don't like. It's Moses. It's Moses.
No, say how you disagree. How do you disagree?
Yes. Everybody. I want to greet everybody. In this platform. So let me. Point of correction, my brother. Don't say what you know. Don't say what you don't know.
You cannot
come to big platform now. No, I am coming. You cannot come to big platform like this. You are saying what you don't know.
But what do you mean he doesn't know? What do you know that he doesn't know?
I'm coming. Peter Obi is making big move. Yesterday he met Labour Congress. They have a very big meeting yesterday. So Peter Obi is making big move. I see this thing is going to be tribal something, because now, because of maybe you are supporting Tinubu, you think Peter Obi is not making move. Wike is working for Peter Obi. No, it's not no peace. APC is very, very in a very big crisis right now. I'm telling you the gospel truth. APC have big crisis now.
I think you're being a bit unfair. Yeah, I think you're being a bit unfair, Moses, to say it's been tribal. Because Enigmatic was painting you a political picture. So if you have a different picture, you can paint that as well. So nobody stops you from doing that. So you can paint a picture.
I want to correct him. Where he said that Peter Obi is confused or something like that. I want to correct him by that. Peter Obi is not confused. Peter Obi is moving forward like never before. If you see the kind of work is going on the ground, if you see the kind of work going on the ground, you will not come here and say what you don't know. That is what I want to.
What you are saying is,
you say that Peter Obi.
Bro, we are not fighting now. Why are you raising your voice?
You don't know what you're saying. No. You don't know what you're saying. I want to correct you by that. For you to come here to say that Peter Obi is confused.
Why are you yelling now? Why are you yelling?
No.
Just say what you need to say.
It's not unfair. It's not unfair for you to talk down on somebody. Why?
Hold
Say what you know. Don't say what you don't know.
What is wrong with this guy, man?
Everybody stop. Moses, stop. So Moses, you get the right to reply, but bring the voice down, one. And if you find that the comment is critical of Peter Obi, who I think you favor, then you have to present equal logic that supersedes the logic that is being presented. I don't think anything that is saying is tribal. What he's saying essentially is that the movement that supports Peter Obi, they hold him hostage somewhat because they have pedestalized him and he cannot maneuver in politics. So if the best path for relevance in 2023 for Peter Obi is to be Kwakwanso's running mate, he can never do that because he's already held hostage by the movement that supports him. So he's not able to maneuver, is essentially what is being said. So do you disagree with that, Moses?
That is what I'm saying. Even Kwankwaso and if you know what is going on, Kwankwaso group are the one coming to Obi. Let me tell you what is going on. Kwankwaso, they want to be relevant on social media. They want to be hearing the people hearing their voice. It's Kwankwaso people are coming to Obi. Obi have never one day go meet with Kwankwaso. You understand? So for you to come here and say, Peter, let's see what will happen in the next 2 months. You will know where Peter Obi is going.
Okay,
so I want to correct that. Maybe it's not my thought.
All right, back to enigmatic. But Moses, you have to be prepared to accept that there will be voices and opinions that are critical of Peter Obi. You must allow people to criticize him. But back to you, enigmatic.
Okay, one man, respectfully. Look, bro, can you please listen, please?
Okay, carry on now, enigmatic.
This is a court of public opinion. Okay, you have to learn to be democratic. You have to learn to adopt the democratic decorum, to respect people's choices and opinions. This is what is happening with that supporter of Obi that we are talking about. They do not want to hear any dissent. What have I said? I'm just painting.
You said that it's opinion. Okay. You say it's opinion. Now I can take it, but you talk like it's not your opinion. You are talking like maybe it's what reality. You understand? Now you say it's your opinion.
Those people knows how to listen. Those people who can listen rapidly and can comprehend rapidly, they understand what I'm talking about without emotion. They basically understand what I'm talking about. Politics is not about emotion. Okay, when they talk about my candidate over here, she already said almost everything unprintable stuff about him. I instead of me being right up, it's not my daddy. He does not pay my bill. He's just one of the politicians who want an office. Okay, he does not control my life. So what I'm telling you right here is, Peter Obi's supporter, as you've just demonstrated now, you guys need to listen to other voices. Okay, Atiku, we talk about Atiku in so many ways over here. We talk about Tinubu in so many ways over here. There's nothing they've never said about that man. Nothing they've never said about even Buhari himself, the current president. Even Donald Trump in America here, we lash him anyhow every day. Okay, let alone Peter Obi, who is just an aspirant. Okay, and I've not said anything wrong about Peter Obi. All I'm saying is that, for you to be in politics and to weigh your options and to have the capacity to maneuver your way through, you have to adopt the system of compromise. But because of his political base, he wouldn't be able to do any of those that he actually think maybe he would have wished to do. Okay, so when I'm saying that, I'm not saying, okay, let me make you happy. In 2023, Peter Obi is going to be the president. Peter Obi will win the whole of the state of the federation. You will have 150 million votes. Okay, and he will turn Nigeria to the world we've never seen before. Are you happy now?
No need for the sarcasm. Settle down. Huh? So there it is. So enigmatic, round off your thoughts, because it's always going to be controversial anytime we mention Peter Obi, but we must necessarily mention him, and we must never recoil from expressing our opinions as we feel them. So express, enigmatic, but round it off.
Thank you.
So we are getting to that critical stage of the political race. Okay, the incumbent party, the national party, they are making changes. They are already getting set. The political players themselves, they are making changes. They are getting set. They are aligned. They are making alignments and realignments. They are looking at where the numbers are. Their areas of advantages and areas of weaknesses. They are working on those areas. They are looking at those people in certain regions who can pull the numbers for them. Okay, and they're already working towards that. What I said was some people are still, being elephantized in their thinking that, oh, it is about you, it is about me. In coming days, Yoruba folks will take their position. Igbo folks, they will take their position. Hausa will take their position. South will take their position. It will be like that, and we cannot change that. So the 2023 election is going to be interesting. It's going to be one of the most dramatic in Nigeria's political system, and it's going to be about identity politics.
Do you think it's going to be violent, enigmatic, 2023?
It's not going to be violent in some spaces. It will be. Let me give you one thing now. When it gets to a certain point, when it gets to the campaign, they've not started campaign. Okay, that's why you see the real ones. Give me a second, please.
So how come everybody is being told off by their babes today? But thank you, enigmatic. We go on from you, enigmatic, to Ajane.
Not even me. That's my son's teacher.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So I think let me just round up real quick. So I do not predict anything bad. I do not. Of course, there will be some areas of issues, but as this election goes, Mr. Gomez, he has echoed what I've been saying all this while, and I'm going to say what I keep saying now. Peter Obi's time is not now. If he continues with this momentum, with his consolidation, with those people who play the politics, it may be possible for him, but now it's not. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So before we go on to Ajane Koko, let's recognize Alexander Gomez's super chat. It says, Tinubu wants to be president for status and not to loot. He has more money to last 4 generations or more. He will hire the best brains available in Niger. So yes, a lot of people that are saying Tinubu wants to come and loot the Nigerian coffers. Of course, he will. Well, when there's free money, why won't he help himself? But I'm not convinced that it's just the need to steal money that is propelling Tinubu. That's too lazy a thought to have. I think Tinubu, alongside Atiku, Peter Obi, and I don't think Kwakwanso has the thought, but I think Tinubu, alongside Atiku, Peter Obi, I think they are propelled with an inner belief that they've seen what Nigeria has to offer, and they feel that they can put it together to make a great country. Yes, of course, they are all corrupt. We know that, and they will all steal. We know that. But I don't think just wanting to go and steal money is what propels any of these people, a lot of these people. I don't. I may be naive in that thought. So from that naive thought, let's go to a more elegant thought with Ajane Koko. So Ajane Koko, Fayose has come out now, typical Peter the Rock, and he insists then that that power must transit to the south is something that he stands by. Since now the principal, the flag bearer of his party is a northerner, then that by extension tells you that he's abandoning Atiku. But where is he parking his support is the next question. There are 2 champions straddling the southern space, Peter Obi, of course, and the Jagaban of GBT. So where do you think then the Fayose Ferrari is going to find a parking slot, Ajane Koko?
Good evening, everybody. Let me first of all urge our listeners around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe as well if you have not done so. Fayose is a very greedy man. A selfish man. A man that is looking for relevance. Definitely, he's going to be going to Tinubu. He will be teaming up with Tinubu. But I see him as a politician that sees that he is losing ground, and is quickly jumping out of PDP to APC so that he can maintain his relevance, and he can use that movement to say is a patriotic Yoruba man, a Yoruba that is supporting a fellow Yoruba that is.
But are you surprised that Fayose, you don't get more Yoruba than Fayose, you know? And I don't think instinctually he would go against Yoruba to back a Fulani.
He backed that Fulani in 2019.
Yeah, but it was Fulani versus Fulani now.
This is a man that paid 40 million, just like Obi did, to contest for the position of presidency. This is the man that controlled the structure of the party in Ekiti, that denied the former governor, what's the name, Oni? And because of his the fraudulent way and manner he managed that structure to favor his own group candidates in the party, or aspirants rather, forced Obi Oli to leave the party to SDP. And Oni has showed clearly in Ekiti now that he is stronger than Fayose, due to the result of the recent governorship election. Nobody expected Oni to come second. New party, SDP, defeated PDP in Ekiti. That's a big shame to him. And that is why he's running out of PDP. He has, look at what does the future hold for him. Look like people are not having that leadership confidence in him anymore in Ekiti. With the result, the outcome of that governorship election. He sponsored a candidate. He backed that candidate. He did everything. What is it that have changed that make you to leave PDP? But because he sees the result of the election with Oni now proving to people, to everybody, that he is stronger than Fayose in that state. That is why he's jumping to APC, so that he can continue his relevance, and he can show to Yoruba people that, oh, look, I'm loyal to Yoruba politics. I'm supporting Tinubu. So it's a very treacherous.
They don't have money to buy votes. They don't have money to buy votes in Ekiti. That's why they lose. APC have the money.
Well, I don't know about that. That could be a factor. That's the way you see it. But
Agame Koko, once I told you that Fayose is working behind the scene with APC. I think I told you that time, because he had a personal vendetta and personal grudge with Oni long time ago. When he was that time that he was impeached from office, him and Oni, they had a very one-on-one personal issues, and anything that will work against Oni, the day of that election, that the collation of the day, the PDP's candidate was in the government house. This morning, the governor-elect is in Lagos at Fayose's house with the governor, with the PDP flag bearer. So he's been working surreptitiously for APC for a while.
Well, that is not known to anybody. But what I know of Fayose is that he have high degree of respect for Tinubu, and he has expressed that in the past several times. He never at what time, he always regard Tinubu as his leader. He has said so several times. So he have high respect for Tinubu. So, and politicians, sometimes we don't know some, a friendly relationship that exists between them. That could be another factor that could lure him there. But this man have destroyed that party in Ekiti with this action. And I see that action as very, very selfish action. An action of greed and treacherous. Because now, people that are supporting, a lot of members that are supporting PDP, would you expect them to just leave PDP with you to APC because they want to support Tinubu? No, party affairs and party, where is the party loyalty? When you're a member of a party, you have a reason to be in that party. And you have to show some high level of loyalty to that party. So for him at this time to say, okay, I'm leaving PDP, I don't think that he will be able to take 100% of his supporter to PDP. To APC. He won't be able to do that. That will not happen. So I see him as a failure. He has failed. He's no more in control. He sees that his relevance is dwindling, and is trying to do something desperately. Desperate politician, to help his relevance, help himself be relevant to Yoruba people again. Because, we are very tribal people, and we play tribal politics. And it's just unfortunate that some of these politicians, when they play their game, some of our people doesn't understand it. When they are playing their selfish and, desperate political game, just as the way that Obi played it, that 3 days to primary, he run out and said they are spending money. Some people don't understand the game. So he's playing that game now. He's failing, and he's losing relevance. That's why he's leaving PDP, one man. That's the way I see it.
You say, I see it differently. I see it as a Yoruba move. I see it as a Yoruba move. But people like Fayose, they are naturally, instinctually Yorubas. It's a bit like Abdullahi Adamu. He by instinct is a Fulani man, and somebody like Fayose, I think by instinct is a Yoruba man. But but certainly, I mean, does that mean he's going? Well, he has to leave the party, doesn't he? Because he cannot now make this statement. In fact, he said our local. He said that
it's just, yes,
local.
Because that look, one man.
I mean, that's the end, isn't it?
Yeah, one man. Let me tell you, that is the way he's speaking in the language that is resonating with Yoruba people now. Our local. But where is the ideology right here? Does PDP ideology wish who is this?
I don't know. Who's whisking something on that? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But carry on,
So the
that's
PDP,
Henry.
yeah, okay. The PDP ideology that he has championed for several years, since maybe over 10 years or maybe over 15 years. Where is that ideology? So it's going to abandon and quickly changing. This is the way politicians play. It doesn't. Yeah.
If Wike had been the presidential aspirant for PDP, do you think Fayose would have made that move?
I don't know. He might have still make it.
Because do you remember his basic plight was them zoning it this time to the north, and the northerners not giving a fair play to the south?
That is nonsensical. That is nonsensical. And why I say it's nonsensical is that
there was no southern aspirant. There was nobody in PDP that came out from the southwest or south to say he was going to contest, and they allowed all the northerners a fair free hand. Now in 2023, going into 2023, he was expecting the same thing. That was their grievance. So them now not working with Wike again is just looking like PDP is not ready to win.
That is the way. That is politicians, we come out with their own game to manipulate people's thoughts, to manipulate their supporter, to manipulate the people out there, to justify their selfish and their desperate action. Yes.
So, talking about desperation, you see, all this move this guy made, I don't think it's because it's a Fulani man. You see, most of these politicians, people like Fayose, they just gravitate towards where they think the winning party is going to be. I think it's even if a Yoruba man is the PDP, or let's even assume Atiku look more like to win the election, he won't move to APC. He's moving to APC thinking the chances for Tinubu is higher than any of those guys. And in PDP right now, as you rightly said, he's not really gaining that ground like he used to have back in the days. So they are all moving to where they think there is possibility of the person winning an election.
Well, nobody can say who is going to win the election now. People are just, speculating, just saying whatever they like. Nobody can say who can win the election now. But this Fayose move, or the reason that, because they don't have Southerner, and that's why they are moving. No, when the PDP came out with a position that they have jettisoned that rotation, that was the right time for them to have moved out of the party. Not now. The same with Obi. Not now. Not now that you have participated, you paid money, you paid 40 million, and you participated and you sponsor a candidate that run in the last this thing, and then you are around moving on. Look, where politicians, when they are losing relevance, they know how to run to another place in order to gain their relevance back. And that is what he has done. If Atiku have choose Wike, what different would that have been? What different would that have brought? What different? Okowa is a Southerner, Wike is a Southerner. What different would that have brought?
Everybody within the party feels like Wike is a better mobilizer.
Forget about mobilizer. They are all Southerners.
But he is. He's a better mobilizer.
Even Ortom said that. And Ortom, if you look at, I think Ajale Koko, I think Atiku is playing his politics wrong and is playing that old guard politics that may not rhyme with this time and space. He wants to, because he feels that he has to show leadership, and being authoritarian is being a leader, being decisive and making those obscure decisions and saying a leader must make difficult decisions. The party, they want to reward Wike for one, his loyalty to the party, the strong fight he put up in the presidential primaries, and the backing they gave him, because it was out of the 17 people that the panel that was made constituted to bring forth a vice presidential, 14 out of them chose Wike, but Atiku abandoned that recommendation to assert Okowa over them. So I think he may be playing that politics wrong, and I think that rankles with some people. That may be part of the fire shade narrative, but that's certainly part of the. Ortom is telling us he's waiting for God to tell him if we should back his own party's flag bearer or not. So this is where they are now.
What is God's position in
politics?
One man. That's what he said.
What concerns God with politics?
These are the critical stakeholders of the party. Ortom, you cannot say Ortom is not a critical stakeholder of the party. He knows what he's saying. They are aggrieved. A lot of governors are in support of what Wike is saying, and the PDP national head is not even listening to them. Are you not?
When you guys, let me tell you guys something.
Ajale Koko, do you know PDP would have fallen if not for Wike's financial backing?
Yes.
When all of them, when even this article left with them, Saraki, Tambua, all of them that now stabbed them in the back. That is with the pain now for him that these folks that sold them out to APC came back without thinking about his investment in the party when he held it together. Now just strolled and then played their politics again, took the ticket. Then just with a wave of a hand, you just gave me a call. Man, who does that? Wike controls Rivers politics.
Wike, whether you like it,
but you can't blame Atiku. But you can't blame Atiku. You can't blame Atiku.
Whether you like it or not, Wike have not played the politics well, and that is why he couldn't defeat the Atiku.
I just think they're scared
the process.
As Atiku played the politics well,
you cannot blame Atiku. You cannot blame Atiku.
All right.
For picking
let's hear from you, Moses. Okay, go on, Moses. Let's hear from you. Go on.
Yes, you cannot blame Atiku because this is vice president. For example, now I will pick somebody that I will work with. Atiku cannot work with Wike. It can't match with them, both of them. You can pick somebody you are comfortable with to work with.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
That is the reason.
Who can win an election?
Can I ask you a question? Do you want to win an election or you want somebody who you work with? Do you want to win an election or you want somebody you work with? That's what we're talking about.
Let me tell you, if Atiku pick Wike, Godwin, if Godwin, Edo State governor will be against it.
Obaseki, even in Edo State, does not control anything in Edo State now.
Hold on, enigmatic. But it's speak to Kowa and half the party are against it.
So many people will be against you. So if you pick two of them, problem with it. So I think Atiku move for the person that he can work with. You understand? The person he can control with. Wike, you know how Wike is a vibrant man. Wike don't tolerate any nonsense. So that is how I see it. Atiku is safe where if Okowa is. That is it.
Bro, do you think most governors want to work with their...
Who do you want to take on a campaign, Moses? Who do you want to take on a campaign?
That's a good question.
Wike or Okowa? When you are campaigning for the presidency, who do you want to take by your side? Wike or Okowa? Moses?
For example, the time they are campaigning for their delegates, Wike don't know how to campaign himself. What is if you call power, I will defeat APC. That is not campaign. You will talk what you will do. That is now power.
Is that not what people respond to? Just chants. who campaigns with Harvard?
People respond to Wike's money. People respond to Wike's money, not what Wike is saying.
What about Atiku? What about Atiku? He spent money too. They all spend money. If you are talking about money now, why did Peter Obi run away?
No, what I'm saying about Wike, people respect Wike because Wike spend money. That is all. If you come to character and everything, Wike is zero.
Some people like his personality. Some people, because it's an alpha sort of a person. Some people like that, and they feel that sort of personality is needed in politics.
Well, man, let me tell you something. One thing with human being is that anything. If you go this side, they will complain. If you go this side, they will complain. I hear some people that time they say Atiku want to pick Wike. So if you pick Wike, you will fail. You pick Wike, you will fail. Now Atiku don't pick Wike. They say you. So sometimes you don't mind what people say. Go for your mind. You understand? Right. That is all. That is how human being is. You understand?
I agree.
So the people must talk.
I agree with you, Moses.
All right, thank you, Moses. Yeah, go on.
You see, when Wike was picking his vice, who picked his vice for him? Is it not the one that picked his own vice? When Wike was lambasting the traditional leaders, when Wike was doing all sort of things in life, when he was bulldozing people's houses, hotel, when he was fighting Obaseki, lambasting Obi in front of his people, doing all sort of things. Look, sometimes you have to play your politics in such a way that will be very civil and matured and, can yield result for you. Atiku, as the presidential candidate, have the right to pick whoever he likes and whoever.
Should he be guided by the party? Should he be guided by the party?
The party cannot. Yes, it can be guided, but it is his reserved right to pick whoever he likes.
Against the will of the party?
It is not the will of the party. Is that
not what we're hearing? Ortom, Fayose, everybody saying he made a mistake.
No, it is not the will of the party. It is the way
everybody saying he made a mistake.
The way the rule is played. The party can come up with suggestion. The party can suggest, but the party cannot force anybody on him. That is the rule of the game. The party can suggest, but the party cannot force anybody on him.
But the party is hemorrhaging. The party is hemorrhaging off the back of that.
The party is not hemorrhaging. The party is not hemorrhaging.
Has broken ranks.
Fayose is not a minus for him. Fayose going to APC.
What about Ortom?
Ortom is not going to APC. Ortom will remain with PDP. So Fayose is not a minus for Atiku. Atiku cannot win in the Southwest. It is Tinubu. And Fayose is looking for relevance because he has lost his relevance with the recent governorship election. That was a referendum on his popularity. And it shows that he's not popular with the people anymore. He lost it. So he's trying to save his head to regain his relevance. That's why he's going there, to APC. It is clear. So Atiku, like I said, have the right to choose whoever he is comfortable with. That is the rule of the game. All the governors, including Wike, they choose. Nobody forced their vice governor on them. It's their exclusive right to choose whoever they like. That is the rule of the game. So Okowa is a loyal party member as well as Wike. He didn't move to APC. What's the big deal about Wike? What's the big deal about him? He didn't play his politics well. That's why he lost. He's a baby in the politics.
Well, he played his politics well. He was
That's why he failed.
twice. He was
That's why he
in the
failed.
back twice.
He failed twice. He supported Tambua the first time. He failed. This time himself, he failed. How come Atiku that run away will come and then defeat you again? And you'll be crying that, oh, I was the one supportive, I was the one. No, you don't understand. He doesn't understand the nitty-gritty of the game. That's why he's losing. So, look, we don't have to blame Atiku. He have the exclusive. I don't think to choose whoever he likes.
I don't think Wike can still come out to back Atiku frontally because it will be a laughing stock. He has been punked twice.
Where is he going to go? Where is he going to go?
Well,
where does he want to go now?
He'll either stay out of it completely.
Where will he go?
Hold on. He will either stay out of it completely, or he has a narrative that he's a man of principle, and the governor decides it to the south, and he's sticking by that. So he can hide under that narrative or just stay out of it, but he's never going to back Atiku frontally.
Well, let's wait and see. We never know what is going to happen. But
in fact, it's going to come out for Tinubu soon, I suspect.
You know what, man? I said it. I think that guy is bitter. He is so bitter, and he feels stabbed.
Him now.
Yeah, he feels backstabbed, and knowing that even in the party, the thing should be going to the south, and the way Atiku just came back and snapped that thing away from all of them like that. Because if we look at it, that is why Peter Obi left. Peter Obi too had a dream to be a president, even though he was want to be vice president to Atiku once. But he said there is no chance. He can see how the thing is playing out, that they are going to give it to Atiku. That was why he moved to Labour Party. Whether he made the wrong move going to Labour Party, maybe he could have gone to ABGA, like every other people have been saying. And that is a story for another day. But for me, I think we can feel backstabbed and feel betrayed. And I think if them Tinubu can do a good job, they can actually lure him away from that party. And that is really a disadvantage even for PDP, because most people come and shout, oh, some people are shouting, get your PVC. All these people, there are loads of people that have followers. Wike has his followers. They will win you votes somewhere, even as little as it can be, is a plus, adding all that together. So that is why I don't even buy this idea of Peter Obi. People are just shouting and ranting about. And one thing I want people to realize is everybody is free to support who they want to support, regardless of how we all feel. And of which some people will face reality, some people will act on their emotions. Just allow everybody. If people are giving their opinion, let them give their opinion. If people are supporting Obi, let them support Obi. If you want to make your own stand without insulting anybody. Because a lot of people come here, I've always said that people have information. People get information differently. And when people come, they are saying their fact, pick from it, instead of trying to argue and shouting all over everybody. Thank you. Sorry, Ajaleko, you can carry on, sir.
Yes. You see, Wike, PDP is strategically good for him now and strategically good for him in the future, because he have a structure in that party. Not only in the state, he have it around the country now.
But sir, I've realized one thing, sir, from the past. I've realized as a politician, if you have a structure, even if you move party or change party, your structure follows you. It is only if your structure is weak.
Not in the case of Wike, they will not follow him. Because
Are you
those
sure,
support
Ajanle
those.
people? I disagree with you on that
Okay, I
completely.
will tell you why. I will tell you why.
Because
Majority of
do you
people.
hear what his
Let,
supporters said first? You hear
let,
what they
let me
said
tell
first,
you,
right?
Nimadi, let me tell
Yes,
you.
sir.
Most of the people that supported Wike are in the north. They are not going to follow him to
Who
nowhere.
controls PDP in Rivers State?
No. Hold on.
Let's start from there now. That's his base.
Okay, let us do it this way. Rivers State, yes, they will follow him.
Okay,
Does
and
Rivers
then what?
State alone? Does Rivers State constitute the whole of Nigeria?
No, we are not
He's not
talking
going to
about
go.
Nigeria now. We are talking if he moves to any party now, okay, he has at least the whole of Rivers State PDP structure in his fold. And then what will happen by virtue of that is part of the agreement will be Magnus Abe, what's his name? Rotimi Amechi, all of them, right? Him being the leader, being the governor, they will have to fold under him. And then you can imagine the votes that will go to APC from Rivers State alone. So that's what we are. Let's leave
Which is a
everything within
plus.
this
That
political
is where I'm
cycle
coming
now.
from. Thank you,
That's
Enigmazi.
what we are talking about now. Not forget about next. Now we are talking about now his choices now. His
Because as
options.
good as the party, people keep shouting party, there are politicians that have their structure. Regardless of what party, their structure moves with them. It is only if you are a weak politician. I know a lot of politicians that even in all election, they because they play politics to the extent that they don't even have a party. No matter which party wins, they still get something from it because of how they play. So I've noticed from what I've known about politics, if you're a strong politician, today, if you move from PDP, go to APC, your structure is going with you. You are taking everybody there. Everybody's going to vote for that party you say. And that is how is it even in the grassroots. There are some people that controls area. And that is why I just look at people when they keep shouting this Obi, Obi, Obi. And when it comes to election, it doesn't play out on like we see on the social media. People are getting their PVC. All those people getting their PVC shouting Obi. Some people can change their mindset and make them vote for other people when the time comes, you know.
Oji, look at this part, right? On a very good day, if Wike is unhindered by federal might, he will pull you over 1 million votes in Rivers State. Imagine if the whole of Southeast, right, goes to Peter Obi, because by virtue of Peter Obi now of PDP game, then Wike from nowhere pulled over 1 million from Rivers State. Then what are you talking about? Because in 2015,
exactly. It's a plus. It's a big plus.
when he had his game playing, when everybody was intact, he made over 1 million. Even in 2015, when almost the whole of Southeast came back with less than 500,000 votes, with Amechi, with federal government and everything, Wike came back with over 600,000 votes. So when we are talking about that now, we are not talking about what he will become in the next 4 years. We are talking about what he will become now is asset to any party that we have him. If Kwankwaso has him to his party, or if Obi has him to himself, anybody that has Wike now is a big asset to them.
And there is more, and aside that, it's a plus when you are with the winning team. So forget that he's leaving PDP. He will still has his political ambition is still intact because he's with the winning team. He just probably need to change step or direction, but it's still going where he needs to go, you know.
All right,
So
thank you.
sometimes, yeah.
So back to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, so you say now that Wike essentially he ends the Atiku political journey and just a sharp halt at the end. So Wike now he ends it for Atiku, and Atiku really ends it for himself just because of a bad judgment. Ajanle Koko.
I want you guys to take it to the bank. In the South, no state other than Rivers State will follow him out of PDP.
I just said that I'm not PDP alone.
Hold on. Let Ajanle Koko.
About Delta State.
No state.
Delta State.
No state out of, I mean, in what do you call it? in South will follow him out of PDP to APC. Edo is not going to follow him. Delta will not follow him. Akwa Ibom will not follow him. All of them will not follow him.
But who will follow him?
And the only people you can take out of PDP to APC are these people in River State. And that does not.
I'm not saying anybody will follow him.
A PDP.
Okay. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Sorry, guys. Let Ajanekoko just land that thought.
We are not saying he's leaving PDP. We are just talking about
let
his options.
Please. Let Ajanekoko land. Ajanekoko, back to you.
So, what does the future hold for him politically? Or is he just thinking of only today? He doesn't want to think about the future. The people is going to meet in APC. Would they guarantee him a presidential ticket in the future? Does it mean that moving to APC, we give him that special, does that mean that we'll be given a kind of special position of leadership that he doesn't enjoy in PDP?
It will get his pound of flesh. It will get his pound of flesh.
Yeah. Does it mean that it will be given a position that nobody have ever had before? What does the political future hold for him? The fact that he holds APC, he holds Rivers today, does not mean that he cannot lose Rivers tomorrow. Where is Fayose? Fayose was the one in charge of Ekiti yesterday, some few years back. Where is him today? He's been beaten down.
Can I ask you a question?
Position of irrelevant. So it's better for Wike in PDP than to go to anywhere. He cannot take all those northerners out of PDP. I want to guarantee you, nobody will follow him out of PDP in the north.
People are not talking about the northerners. He will take his share of influence out of our. You have to understand that he's still, I think he's the chairman of the South-South governor space, and I think his influence extends beyond his state. But even if it takes his state out of our PDP, which has already hemorrhaged the Southeast, so that is another blow, isn't it? So to the Atiku ambition.
He doesn't have that influence that you people are talking about.
He doesn't have the state in his own state.
He just have only Port Harcourt.
Oh, okay. So
he just have only Port Harcourt.
Okay, add Port Harcourt to the five.
Majority of even the vote he got in the district came from the north. And now a northerner is the head of the ticket.
We are talking about primaries now, Ajanekoko. We are talking about general election. If he can only win Port Harcourt, that is a plus, because that is how presidential election is being won anywhere.
Okay, what would that earn him? What would that earn him in APC?
Obviously,
what would that guarantee him?
What would that guarantee him?
What would that guarantee him? What would that guarantee his political future in APC?
DOG, you remember?
So politics, we have to be strategic sometimes. It's not only what is happening to you now that you have to be thinking about. You have to think about the future as well. What is my future in where we are going? I haven't seen people that left for APC in the past. They came back to PDP. He can't have his way in APC. He can't have his way. He will run back. He will be squeezed. People that are bigger than him were squeezed, and they run back to PDP.
All right.
Kwakwaso ran to there. Kwakwaso was there. Tambua was there. Atiku was there. Ortom was there. All of them ran away. They were squeezed, and they ran back to PDP. PDP is their comfort zone.
All right, Ajande Koko, let Meadowman interject a little bit, and then I want to move on. I think maybe we're too long now in that space, but Meadowman, you wanted to come in. Did you want to come in, Meadowman? Oh, all right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was trying to sort of buttress Ajande Koko's position. He's somewhat right, because we cannot forget that you see this structure you talk about in River State, especially in the southeast and somewhat south. You being an influential politician doesn't mean that you translate that into vote transfer. We remember that Amechi had this structure while he was in PDP. When he moved to APC, he didn't necessarily transfer those votes to Buhari. And then this other governor from Cross River, he moved to APC, and up till this day, he has not been able to be relevant. Relevant in the sense of transferring those votes or that so-called influence or structure. See, there is something that has to be considered in this movement. You have to consider the tendency of your political base. You have to listen to your political base. It's not just waking up one day and moving to APC. You have to talk to that political structure you have there. You have to consider their tendency. Will they go with you? Are they willing to move to make such movement with you? Because once he leaves PDP, some other big boss will take his place in PDP in River State, just like he did with Amechi. When Amechi left, Amechi did not carry the state with him. He left the state, he left the void. Wike occupied that void, and he's still holding that void, that space till this day. So we calculate it and make it look simple. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. In a homogeneous region like the Southwest, if Fayose goes, it's easy. If he goes to APC with Tinubu, a Yoruba man, most of the people will go with him. But in these other regions, it's not that mathematically 1 + 1 = 2. So that is some things he has to consider before he makes such move. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
So
thank you, Meadowman. So Meadowman concurs with Ajande Koko.
This is a brilliant presentation.
Yeah, so no surprises there. So Meadowman always agrees with Ajande Koko, so I'm not surprised. So this is it. Ajande
No,
Koko,
it's reality.
You are your fan club. You are your fan club.
That's the real look. We commit political suicide, leaving PDP. That would be the end of his political career. And that would be the end of his political relevance in Nigeria.
Not if he backs Tinubu. If he backs Tinubu, then
that is the end of his political career. That's the end of his political relevance.
Also.
Oh yeah, he will.
Where is Amechi today?
Look, I mean, this guy just told you now that Amechi did that. He's no more. Today, he doesn't have no relevance again in River State. And that is what is going to happen to him. A lot of his people will not follow him. Let him step out of the position of governor tomorrow. That is when you will know whether he have people or not. It's because he's still governor today. That's why he's basket mounting and shouting up and down. The moment he step out of the position of governorship, you will know whether he have a strong politician or not. But already in the South, he have problem with all his colleagues. Everybody in the South here, he have problem with them, with Okowa, with this thing, all the governors in the South. He does. Majority of the vote delegate he had are from the North. What is he talking about? That is the party that made him what he is today. And if he leave that party, he will sink his political career. And those people that left earlier before him to APD, they almost experienced the end of their political career, and they quickly run back to PDP. And they are doing well today. Ortom ran away to PDP, to APC, but he ran back. He regained his governorship, and the rest of them, Atiku, ran away. He came back to reestablish his leadership position. What do you call it? Former Senate President. This singer from what do you call it? From Senator Dino Belaye. Tambua. Just look at all of them.
Koko, sir.
Look.
Can I come in, sir?
Yes.
Sir, Dino Malaye, did he even win primaries? No. Atiku left PDP, went to APC, came back. He was PDP. He was a vice president under PDP. He left to APC. He still came back, and he still got the ticket for. So in Nigerian politics, there is nothing like that. If you are a strong politician and you have a strong structure, fine. Maybe probably not all your structure will follow you, but majority of your structure, if you are a strong politician and you have strong structure on ground, they will follow you to wherever you are going. Because they believe in
why
you.
did Rivers State, former Rivers State governor, with all the structure, why did the former Rivers State, with all the structure, Amechi, why can't he be winning Rivers again?
Why can't he win? Amechi is not. Yeah. It was the party that got Amechi the office.
The
then
same thing.
It was
same
the party.
Look,
it's not the. That's what I'm saying to you.
You can't compare Atiku. You can't compare Atiku. You can't compare Atiku.
Just let Ajanle Koko, please.
You cannot compare Atiku. Political sagacity is political strength in Nigeria with that of Wike. No, they are too far. No, Wike is a baby to Atiku in politics. In Nigerian politics, it's a baby to Atiku. No, it doesn't. That is why Atiku will beat him even tomorrow. Let Atiku go and spend another 3 years in.
I'm not comparing them, sir.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that Wike does not have that strength. It is because he's a governor today, and because he is a basket mouth guy, and he uses his mouth to champion himself because and cause controversy. And that is why it looked like he's a strong politician. He's not a strong politician outside his state, outside river. Let him go outside river. He's not strong. As Atiku, he's not. So, but what I'm saying is that PDP made him what he is today for the fact that, yes, he cannot have the vice president. It doesn't mean the end of his political career. It doesn't mean the end of his political career. He can still stay today. He need to cool his head down. He need to learn more how to play the politics. Maybe in the future, he can come back strongly, to redeem his media or become a presidential candidate. But now he didn't get it right, and he have to go back to the drawing board to check where he made the mistake and correct himself for the future. But Wike, it just have to accept the decision of Atiku not to appoint him as the vice president, or not to accept him as his vice ticket, the same way he did in River to choose his own vice president without the party appointing his own party vice governor for him. That is the way the rule is played. And he has said this several times on the TV as well, that I don't want to become vice president. I don't care for the position of vice president. So why must he be going crazy, or some people be going crazy that he wasn't picked as vice president, and so therefore the party should tear down. No, no single individual is bigger than the party. If he leave party today, I want to tell you, Atiku will move on. The whole South will move along with Atiku, and they will deliver South for Atiku. That's my take.
All right. Pardon me. All right, brilliant, Ajalakoko. Thank you. So let me move it on for reasons of time. That went on a bit more than I anticipated, but let me go on to Rational Mind, because I think Rational Mind, you have been monitoring this space. And when I saw this piece, I immediately thought of you. PDP lawmakers protest as APC lawmaker reintroduces water resources bill. So this is something that we have been tracking on this platform. And people should be wary of this thing that they are doing. Let me just say, the bill, this is what the bill actually seeks to do. The bill brings water resources, both surface and underground, and the banks of water sources affecting more than one state under the control of the federal government. So now, any water that crosses interstate automatically becomes the purview of the federal. It goes on the exclusive list, essentially. So all the rivers that flows from the Niger River, all of the states that it cascades, that water now comes under the purview, and its banks comes under the purview of the federal government. The Atlantic Ocean that transcends, that traverses coastal states, that comes under. So this now is a very dangerous spot, which they have been trying to insert, because of course, they want to build on this policy, that policy of having cattle settlements in all of the local government areas. So reasons to be frightful, I would say, Rational Mind.
Yes, one man. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. Please ignore the background noises here. So, well, you see, until we restructure that country, like I've always said, there is no way we can truly live in peace. There'll always be scheming, because, like we've been saying, I think even this guy, what's his name, Kanu. Kanu himself has said in one of his broadcasts, the Ruga that they've been trying to do. They've been trying to make sure that we have these Fulanis in virtually every local government, every villages. It's a grand. I mean, if you listen to what Ortom said today, I listened to his interview on Arise. I mean, you can imagine, what does that guy know? I mean, what would he not know that would be making him be saying this thing? He has been repeating the same narrative over and over again. I mean, it tells you that there's a grand plot going on. There is a grand plot. There is a grand plan going on, and maybe that's the final, what they call. I mean, during the Hitler issue, Hitler era, final solution. Maybe before this guy gets out of there, maybe he has already.
You really have a sense of foreboding about these Fulanis, don't you? You are not going to Hitler's final solution.
Well,
goodness me.
Hold on. These people will not relent. They will not give up. Until they finally actualize that whatever grand scheme or plan that they have of Fulanizing the whole. I mean, if Obasanjo could be saying it, if Danjuma could be saying it, that's to tell you that these are people who are still privy to some intelligence, even though they are out of military for some time. At least they still have boys who are in the military who serve under them, who no doubt must have been giving them some intelligence that what they've seen going on. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: that trying to put the waterways, like you just mentioned, under the exclusive list. We're trying to even see how we can decongest that exclusive list. So people are trying to put the whole, they put certain things into the exclusive list, like even like the waterways. I mean, if like we're talking about the Land Use Act, if this idiot, the Attorney General, had his way, if that has been on the exclusive list, which he was even trying to gazette at some point, if it had been on the exclusive, that would have been a real mess today. But because the constitution or the land use act has always existed. That was why they could not really actualize that grand plot that they really wanted to. Because if I think the government, the federal government has the exclusive right to the land, then that would have been easy for them to have actually bring in their people from the Maghreb and from different parts of Africa and settle them in Nigeria, thereby repopulating or trying to change the demographic. But now they want to use the waterway now, which is another plot because they will say their what's it called, their cattle needs need water to who knows, maybe that no doubt I think that's what it is. But then let's just see how that goes. Maybe it's going to pass through the two houses because I know they will need the two houses to be able to pass it. And let us see if our House of Rep from the southern reps, if they would join in on that bandwagon to support that the passage of that bill. Because I know definitely they will need the passage of the two houses for them to really actualize that. But let's see how that plays out. But then if it does that plays out, it means we're in a deep mess. We're in a deep mess because if they put it on an exclusive list, if any full animal gets there, like this one that is trying to vie for office now, what is his name? Atiku or the Kwakwansu, I tell you, definitely they will get it. They will actualize that their ground and that their final solution, which I think it's going to be what's going to happen eventually. Yeah, that's what I think. But,
all right, I see it. I see it as a conquest policy, and
it is. That's what it is.
It's pertinent to note there is a senator from Katsina doing this, so he's doing it on instructions.
That was why I said the final solution.
It's quite a thing. It's quite a thing. How can the federal space control the waterways in every single land? To what end?
I don't get it.
To what end?
So they can use that as an excuse to bring in their cattle or their brothers from different parts of Africa and settle them in those waterways. And that's going to be another point of clash because when the indigenous people there who wants to fish, they have no right to go there because the federal government has given that place to the Fulanis to graze their cattle. They will always be clash. And what we're seeing playing out now will always be playing out because when they kill the indigenous people, and the federal government will just turn the other way. They will not even send an army there to go and, maybe go and put down their brothers. No, it is the indigenous people that they will face. And when they drive them away from there, where they can't really go about their occupation by being able to fish or even use the water for their own irrigation, then you know what that means. That is a real big problem. And this Sulanese, even though in the forest they can survive there in the forest, where we cannot even really survive in the forest, they will live there, they will survive there. So they would just drive out the old people there, the indigenous people there, when they can't do their occupation anymore. What do you expect? So my brother, so the thing is, I just hope our rep and our senators from the south, they see all this thing for what it is, and they will quickly just not let it pass. That way, at least we can have that taken out of the way. But I tell you, there's still a plot about by these people. They still want to release they still want to Fulanize that country, as I think. That's what I think.
All right, brilliant. So stay with us, a rational mind. It's just because of the backdrop noise. Let me go on to Ovie. So Ovie, are you ready to go, or are you toasting babe still? Look at this guy. What's this hairstyle? Is this you know what they call this in the UK? They call it a pineapple head. Is this a pineapple? Or what is it called? Is this they call it a pineapple head? Look at Ovie. Go on.
This is me trying to bring what is this guy's name in Lagos? This artist
Naira
Marley into Konkosea. So we are trying to match Konkosea and Naira Marley.
Where do you think his politics will be, Naira Marley? Where do you see here?
He was with I think Bello, right? When he declared for presidency, he performed at the
Bello. He's one of the Bello.
So APC are getting hold of him already. So it's with APC, I guess. I mean, those ones are banned now. They are not actually. I don't think they have any political affiliation. I just the bar. They get paid where they do their job and they go.
Okay, so who's getting paid and which job is he doing? Ayo Delefa pointedly in Yoruba language, our local. I mean, you understand Yoruba enough to know what that means. He says, he cannot reconcile himself with the idea of Atiku being president after 8 years of Buhari, and he signed off the tweet our local. So our being south local. He says our then south local. So where do you think he's going? What do you think his intentions are? Ajale Koko insists that he has lost all relevance in Ekiti State and is scrambling around for a place to park his ego. But is it more than that by your reckoning, Ovie?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fayose is tired of being in underground. He enjoyed the spotlight while he was a governor. So this is a man who's just trying to pinch his tent to where might likely produce the next president. I mean, it might lose as if he's supporting Tinubu because he's from Saudi, he needs a Saudi presidency. But if you remember a couple of days ago, he was in a company of Konkoso to visit Wike in Port Harcourt with some of his kingsmen. And if I remember clearly, he said that anywhere Wike go, he is going. The Wike has done a lot for them, politically for the state. He has been, pushing them with bar and all that. They say anywhere he goes, they're going to go with me. So I at this point, I don't know. Of course, he said presidency must come to the South. He's one of the people that actually believe in that. But again, it was not in power. We would have known what would have been in is a move if he's been a governor as at that time. I mean, because we see all of them, the 17 governors, all of them are screaming to be vice president. So I at this point, I'm watching him because I think I want to believe that what he said about Wike that is going to stick to it.
Do you think Atiku made an error in judgment? Ajale Koko insists that he did not, but a lot of people, I myself, I have to say, I think he made an error in judgment not to take Wike as his running mate. One, because of Wike's sagacity. Two, because of the performance that Wike put up in the presidential primary, which is to show his reach. You can say it's dollars, but sometimes it goes beyond dollars. And then three, when it comes to the vice presidential slot, he set up a committees. 14 out of the 17 member recommended Wike, and he shafted them. Ortom is now telling us that he's waiting for God to tell him if he should back his own party flag bearer, which is to tell you where his mind is. We already know where Fayose's mind is, who says power should come to the South. Atiku being a Fulani man. All of it wrapped around that decision to go with Okowa. An error in judgment at Ovie.
Yeah, I think I won't say Atiku did Wike bad. I mean, this is politics here. He has to weigh his option. Who is going to drop that? What is Wike? Is Wike is he going to add to that campaign, or is he going to take away from that campaign? Wike, yes, I am impressed. I respect him for what he has done with this presidential move for going all the way. But again, he came in as a Trump style, bulldozer his way all the way. But again, in Nigeria, when there are some people when they permutate, they share, they forget them. The elders, especially the royal fathers across the nation, we cannot get their respect. We cannot really expect them. That plays a lot because when you come to that thing, that's the decision I think Atiku put into consideration. How is this man going to be received among those prestigious people? It's in doubt because of the way he played politics, but because he wanted to get the presidency. I mean, we see how he embarrassed all the chiefs in his in Rivers, called one of them out, insulted him and all that. That means you don't have respect for any office except the one you are fighting for. So that I think that worked against him. So I see where it would have been easily to use against him when the campaign started, because that's what people are not putting into consideration. When this campaign hit streets, all this one with me and you we thought that they insult us. So it is small. Where this man?
All right. Ovie, as I put to Ajanle Koko, I put to you. When you are going into the battlefield of politics, who would you like rather? Who would you be more confident having by your side? Okowa or Wike?
Well, I think Okowa is more. You can go to bed with your two eyes closed as a president, with Okowa being your vice.
Yeah, but you have to get to the presidency first. Who gets you to the presidency? Who takes on that fight? Who fights that campaign with you, blow for blow against the opponent? Wike or Okowa?
I don't underrate Okowa just because he's a quiet guy. I don't underrate him.
Grammar speaking, Abi, you'll be doing grammar speaking.
No, because just look at what the youths of Niger Delta are seeing with that guy too. He has done so well within that level. I will just be quiet. And they also have money. If the money that Wike want to show, Delta say get money. So if the debtors are in peace right now, say everybody is go with the flow. When I mean everybody, I'm talking about the Boris and co. I don't think he would do better job on the campaign train than Wike. Because this rhetoric that Wike brought up to this level, you can't continue it like that. Unless you are the main guy on the ticket, you can't. It's not going to work. So I think the choice he made, I don't see anything wrong with that. Niger Delta, Wike already, just like what Daniel was saying that only Port Harcourt, Wike if he deliver, and PDP if he win at this point. No, I don't agree. Delta, PDP will take Delta, that's for sure. Then
who's the governor of Delta at the moment?
It's still the Okowa now. Okowa is the governor of Delta.
Okay, of course, they will take that.
So they will take, yes, they will take Delta. Rivers, it depends on how. I don't think they will take Rivers because Wike will not work for the PDP because at this point, Wike, everybody they shout Wike. Wike is more frightened about his lack of immunity after I don't come over office. He has to make sure he put himself in a place where they can protect him because they will come after him. As we know, say all this money when they spend. Don't forget his accountant, Abi, whatever is on the run now. Abi, they don't catch him with billions of dollars they are accusing him for. So as time goes on, they will see put down for scrutiny. So the guy, I think he's smarter than even though he remains for PDP without leaving, he is not going to work for the PDP. He will likely work for the party that will win.
That is what I was going to take you to. That's where I was going to take you to next.
Yeah,
okay. So there are several options for Wike. He either stays quiet and stays out of the politics of it, not backing Atiku fully, but not coming out publicly. Or
yes.
he can come out publicly under that narrative of power coming to the south and say that he's going to stand by that. Or he can walk undercoverly against Atiku. So how do you see him straddling the future? But what I cannot see is him mounting the campaign trail to say vote for Atiku Okowa after all that has happened to him. It would just be too embarrassing.
I don't see what PDP are going to offer him at this point that we stay. You won't give him a ministerial slot. Then what do you now to give to the vice president who is on the ticket? So yes, he's going to, if he doesn't decamp, because I don't know if he's so strong about I will work for anybody that way. I'm a party man. If you know decamp, definitely he's going to be working against the party. Unless it's obvious that the party is going to win, because he's going to go for who is going to protect him at the end of it all. Because after election, everybody goes by Papa name. So he will put his resources where he know whoever is going to clinch the ticket. I mean, the concourse, NMPP too are also in talk with him. It's not over yet. It's not something. If once they can agree that they can put him in check as the vice president, they will put him on the ticket. It's not. It's also in that realm. I won't be surprised if it happened that way, but I don't see Wike going all out for PDP because what are they going to give him? Nothing. There's nothing that will give him that will make him.
Do you think his time is up in PDP?
And our politics or our politics.
Because either before or after the elections, I don't see him still. If after the elections, Atiku leaves PDP finally and he says, because if Atiku doesn't win, the anticipation is that he will retire from politics and become an elder statesman. So if he retires, then Wike might try to seize that party back.
Yes, but, even if you win, the probability. I mean, the probability that the after his tenure 4 or 8 years, they would likely give it to the South. That's PDP now. They will likely give the ticket to a South person. Come either 4 years or 8 years time. And I think at this point he has an
give it to a South now. After Jonathan has been, he has to come back to Yoruba land.
Well, who be the Yoruba man when they're there at this point?
It's a Yoruba. We have Sheyi Makinde now.
That's a good challenge. That's because that's what you'll be looking at. If I stay with these people, if Atiku win or whatever the case, are they going to bring where this ticket is going to go to? It's going to be in his house, but I should talk. It depends on who give him a vote. If Makinde don't give him a vote, they are not going to give him.
That's another thing you should consider. What is which can vote?
Does it surprise you the lack of Yoruba presence in PDP? I mean, we are going to the bottom of the barrel with Dele Momodu, who is not even a Yoruba man. We don't have a Yoruba person. Does that surprise you?
No, I'm not surprised because, as I said, I don't follow you. Go back and forth with this thing before. The Yoruba, I think the greatest mistake Yoruba make in this election is by putting all their egg in one basket, by allowing Tinubu to just boogie everybody onto his side. What happened after this? Because that's a good question you raised. Why is it that only APC they just pick on? Because if they don't win, if APC no win, are they going to rearrange themselves and come back to the mainstream? If they no win, but if they win, good for them. So Makinde is the man now carrying the torch on that region. So it now depends on how much votes if he give. Because people like Fayose, if they no come out, they will use it against it. They will say, why you won't give her the ticket? Wait, he can't even win, he can't even produce a state. So all these things will be into now. What's there with the calculate with that?
There is no big. If you look at APC, when you look at people like Fayemi, the vice president, when you look at Fashola, Aregbesola, Akeredolu, you can see these people as president, but you cannot see Makinde as a president. It just doesn't. And you cannot see Fayose as they don't have a presidential level Yoruba person in the PDP.
Well, yeah, but what we kind of work for Makinde is that he's young. It seems like a very it's like other version of Saraki.
But is it too Ajebota for is it not? It's a bit too. It always strikes me as a bit too Ajebota.
I think it's that time we have an Ajebota as our president. I mean, if you look at the Ambassador Akpako, good Yaradua, where it's more of like an Ajebota, but I was in Aboki, so they don't know what they call Ajebota or whatever. But what's his name? My uncle from the creek, Geshu. Followed by our current president, will be Naole Kawige. So we need an Ajebota. We need somebody that actually have.
But that opens that space. Can an Ajebota actually rule Nigeria? Do you have Omomomi? Can Omomomi be a president in Nigeria?
Let me see. Who is even Omomomi that is even catching fire right now?
Okay, Makinde is like Omomomi now. So look at that.
It depends on the Yoruba now like people they give respect. So far, I think in that regard, it's not out of the way yet. They still very respected as he respect his elder, he carry himself. I think I won't be surprised. That's a good guy. I've never actually put my thought on that. That's a good guy that will make noise. But Yoruba no get chosen to rather about him. Rather around him come 2020, 2027, 2031. They have to, because that's the only guy. Because I hope they learn from what just happened with Tinubu, putting everybody on his side. It's a bad move for me as far as I'm concerned. Because if he lose, it's gone. Everything is gone within that space. So they have to come start from underground again. And in PDP, he has your partner. With the way Fayose is doing, everybody's accusing him that it's not patriotic to the party. He said the party had during the election, all these accusations. I don't think he will come back strong again, regardless of what happened. Makinde, yes. And you remember, he has been fighting Makinde to be the leader of PDP in the Southwest region from day one. So, regardless of what happened, I think that's the guy that the Yoruba will now in that party. So it depends on how the election turns out. If APC lose out, it's all gone for them. But yes, if what's his name, Wike stays, he stands a better chance going forward from that party. That's what I see there.
All right, Ovie, what are you making of this headline? I am yet to receive God's approval to support my party's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. Governor Ortom making that headline. Now, Governor Ortom was the lead of the committee that they set them the task on the zoning or no zoning, and he was the one that jettisoned the APC zoning formula to allow the window for Atiku to emerge. So you can say he's an enabler somewhat of Atiku becoming the party's flag bearer. But now he's speaking a language that's somewhat celestial, that is waiting for divine intervention to back his own party's flag bearer. That is all wrapped around that Wike narrative. So what do you think is in play with our Governor Ortom?
I think everything still end up in Wike's table. If he goes, this man going to go, because if they go with him, that's the end of PDP, because yes, he's strongly. He meant what he said. You better go talk to this man, because we are with him. Even though he didn't put it like that, but that's exactly what he was saying. We are with this man, and we advise you go and sit with him. Okezia from our Eastern Quarters too is with him. So he has men who will go with him if he make the right decision. Because it's not just going out. I hope you go to a party that will win the election. Because if you don't win, it go hard. So yeah, I understand where Ortom is coming from. Ortom has to. I mean, since who else again can he pinch tent with? He can't just wholeheartedly go with Atiku like that. Having accusing the Fulani to be his enemy, pretty much. So how are you now going to support the Fulani man wholeheartedly if you have this notion that your problem are the Fulanis? I think that's what we are seeing here. So Wike at this point, from being that guy at the top, even though they hit and small, I think he's coming up again. It is whether you like it or not now, PDP has to work with him or risk everything. So if Ortom on that end is saying that, what's his name? As I say, Okezia, okay, sorry, pardon the way I'm pronouncing his name. My Igbo guy who is in what state is he in? Abia, I've been aware said. So he's with him. Fayose now is with him as far as party matter concerned, even though allegiance with his tribe man is understandable. But party-wise, these men are with Wike for 17. How many out of at least when the majority of the PDP governors are actually with him, wanted him to be on that ticket. So you are not just toying with Wike alone, you are toying with pretty much men that hold PDP together as we speak. So yes, I do understand where Ortom is coming from. He's trying to kill two.
With all of these permutations, Ovie, setting your candidate aside, who you seem to be dressing in all manners of regalia, now you've put him in the something from the creeks, which is fair enough. But why are you putting an Abetiaja on a Malam? Do you know the meaning of that cap? Do you know the meaning?
In the morning you accuse Konkoso of I've never been to Lagos. I want to tell you that Konkoso now has not just been to Lagos. He's a title holder in the Yoruba land. He's the Otumba of Isaleko.
Otumba. Look at this guy. Well, you are putting, but that is a Ibadan where you can't be putting this Malam in an Abetiaja. But
according to you, the Fulani are always there's a relationship between the Fulani and the Ibadan people.
Yeah, but not to the point of wearing that Abetiaja cap now. That's not. It's a bit like me wearing the Igbo red cap. It's sacrilegious now. It's a sacrilege,
And it's funny that my political season, you will see all kind of everybody.
Where I was taking you, setting your man to one side, so you don't have the prejudice of that. The politics as it stands now, with what we're hearing from our PDP and all the hemorrhaging that PDP are publicly hemorrhaging, where do you think the permutation leads to now? The OP phenomenon, the Tinubu certificate, whatever it is, and its health concerns, but our PDP hemorrhaging, they've lost to the Southeast, and Wike almost certainly not going to back them. So how do you see all these things playing out, Ovie?
It would be fair for me to say this is the beginning of the death of PDP. Finally, like whether I mean dead, I don't know how they're going to survive this election or every cycle. So yes, PDP is the one. Facing it now. Coupled with the emergence of Obi, that maybe you can say okay, East, but the Eastern people are rarely. But again, sorry, that's another thing again. Are the Eastern people, like when I mean Eastern people, forget the youth that are making noise. The real core Eastern people, are you sure they are with Peter Obi? Because if they are with Peter Obi for no leave PDP. It was the fact that Peter Obi could not even control his own state delegate, his own structure. That's why he left. So I don't know if they are actually with him as we go. Now my people will like money for that area. So by the time Atiku drop, Tinubu drop, I don't think they are with him. So this because they are not these men are not like the youth. Yes.
Can I contribute?
Oh, for sure.
In that region, forget structure, forget PDP. The people, they follow the individual. They have always, it has always been like that. And one thing that is very, very difficult to achieve in the Southeast is to fall into their grace, to be to be unanimous in that region. The last person that I think politically achieved that maybe was Nnamdi Azikiwe, and then Alex Ekweme to some extent. If Peter Obi can hold this till the election and it translates into vote, once that happens, oh boy, it is up to the end. Whether losing, they don't care. Whether he's going to lose, whether he's going to be destroyed, that vote will go to Peter Obi. So this thing about and about the political structure in the Southeast you mentioned, you have to understand that for you to be a relevant politician, you cannot go contrary to your constituency. When you say a politician took this decision, go and check. They always are in tune with their people. Yeah, the Northerners will abandon you any day. The Westerners will abandon you any day. But if your people are with you, that maintains your relevance. So Peter Obi is not crazy to go and become a vice president to anybody at this point.
You know
he
why?
Doesn't need to become president. All he needs to have those votes, lock them up, and deliver them on the day of election. Igbos in the southwest, Igbos in the southeast, and Igbos in the rest of Nigeria. That's all he needs. That's all he needs to do right now.
Okay, if as you so much believe that they are together, if they are so much together, how come because it's not just Peter Obi now. Before the primaries, we have notable Southeast people that are actually going for presidency in all the two major political parties, APC and PDP. Where did they put their votes? Where did they put their votes? That's another thing.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that if you are Soludo, yes, let me finish. It's a question. Yeah. What do you think is Soludo next step? He wants to go for the presidency, and
I want to explore that space with you. By the way, Meadowman, that space that we opened up with Soludo, but let's hear from Sacrifice.
So, let me finish my point. Soludo has a presidential ambition, and as far as I'm concerned, it's way more love and like than Obi that you are talking about. So, this is the time he's going to work for that.
Nationally, yes.
Yes, he's going to start working for that now. And two, come on, man. What's his name? The chief whip. Uzokalu is the richest Igbo man in the world. Where do you think he is? His money will come to play when that time comes.
But where will he park that money? Where will he park that money? Why have we
this is a man who wants to be the Senate president. He has to prove it by making sure he brings votes from the region to his party. He has to prove it.
Can I contribute?
Yeah,
can I answer you?
No. Let me contribute.
Let Saki come in, and then you come in, and then Ovie will address both.
Yes, the analysis you gave about the structure things in the primary election in the PDP, it doesn't follow up. Let me tell you. You mentioned somebody like Ojo Zakalo, right?
Yes, APC.
Ojo Zakalo is irrelevant in the Southeast right now. Conduct an election and see Ojo Zakalo, you are presidential candidate in APC, and then somebody like maybe Peter Obi, Ojo Zakalo will get 0 votes from the people. I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Ojo Zakalo does not have relevance right now in the East. He might have relevance among his fellow corrupt politicians who he will give money. But for the people will take money from him and they will not vote him. I'm telling you the reality. Then you come to PDP, you're talking about the primaries. What happened to Peter Obi? Who are those politicians in PDP that are Igbos? Who are they? Tell me one. The first person you will call now is the current governor of Abia State. Ibazo, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the demonstration, the people
have been displayed in Abia State in the last 2-3 months against Ibazu. The people are coming openly and saying, Ibazu, you must pay us our salary. We have worked for you for 3 years. For a whole full 1 year, you have not paid us our salary. You must go down. The people are saying it in the Southeast, demonstrating. Then you talk about, is it the governor of Enugu State? Is it the person you are talking about? So we know what happened in the primaries. In the primaries, if like those what do we call it? Those like Ibazu you are talking about, he will still have like people he will buy with money in the primaries. But when it comes to the main election, where the people play role, the political dynamics in the southeastern zone is quite different. I don't want you to see it from the way you are looking at maybe the northern kind of politics or the southwestern kind of politics. So you talk about people voted like somebody like Soludo now. People voted Soludo because of his person. It's not because of anything. If Soludo is in maybe in the least party you can imagine, people will still vote him. Because of his personality. That is how the southeastern politics, looks like. So don't talk about Ojo Zakalu. Ojo Zakalu is irrelevant. I just want you to see that Ojo Zakalu is irrelevant. When it comes to
his money?
people coming out to vote.
Is his money
Exactly.
irrelevant?
One more. Leave I'm coming. Let him finish.
You said? You said?
No, I said, what about his money? Is his money
Yes,
irrelevant?
let's use Anambra election, for instance. Andioba came through APC during the Anambra election. What do we call him again? Soludo came through Apuga, right? Soludo did not give one naira. He didn't share money. Andioba, APC, they were sharing money. You saw it like openly. It was over there in the media. You saw some women who they gave money. They were rejecting that money. You will see some people who collected money, but they will still vote.
I think
the person
Anambra,
they want to vote.
I think Anambra is an unfair example because Anambra, until the world come to an end, it will always belong to Abga. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not about Apga. If you say it's about Apga, if Soludo had contested under maybe PDP or any other party, they will still vote for Soludo. They are voting personality. They are not looking at the party you are coming from mainly. They are voting personality. If you are talking about Apga, if somebody like Andioba came through Apga, that is the end of Apga. I'm telling you. If Andioba had come through Apga, nobody will vote him. It will be the end of Apga in Anambra State. I'm telling you what the dynamics, the political dynamics, the voting pattern in the southeastern zone is different.
Okay,
I want you to understand it. It's different.
Okay, let Meadowman add on to that and then wrap them both up. Meadowman, you wanted to insert as well.
Yeah, thank you. The last speaker, basically, cut the he explained it well. They always in the Southeast, they always voted, they always chose their candidates. Even this what's his name? Okorocha. He was voted in as Apga, but the state was PDP. The state voted for PDP. That is how they've always voted. They vote the personality. So Ojus Okalo having money. If you think that will make a difference there, I've told you people here that my people are the most stubborn people I know. When they decide on something, if you fall in their grace, just like they did with Goodluck Jonathan, and just like they have done with PDP all these years, even though they knew that it was to their detriment standing with PDP after PDP lost in 2015, they still went there. But PDP, spat on their face this time. And all this PVC is not just because of, yes, Peter Obi is a big influence in that, but they are going to punish PDP in the southeast. They are going to punish PDP in the southeast. That is the message they really want to send.
I think
yeah, you can go on, Ovie.
Yeah, I think the argument here, from where I'm hearing from you guys, that Obi is going to get 100% of the Southeast, and I'm saying no, it's not going to happen. Why? Because imagine if Peter Obi never left Abga, and he's still up to this.
Sorry, Ovie, sorry. Before you continue, sorry. Let me remind you, something happened. You remember? I think one month there was a day you came, you said. Soludo made one comment, right? He said those that are going to Labour Party will labor in vain, right? Something like that.
In vain, yes.
Do you know he withdrew that statement? Do you know later on he withdrew the statement and said he was not trying to talk about P2B? He's like, read it again. There was something he said, in regard to that statement he made, because he saw that.
Yes, he recanted.
For him to have, he recanted immediately. Do you know the reason he did that?
What I was trying to tell people,
because of pressure.
You have to follow your constituency.
No, it's not because of pressure. The reason he did that, is that he knows the behavior of the Southern Eastern people. If care is not taken, this relevance you think he has, it will begin to wane. If he keeps making those kind of statements, this relevance you think he has, people will begin to say, I think Soludo is really somebody. The guy is really political. That relevance you think he has will begin to wane. So he quickly recanted immediately. So there is the dynamics in the South. I don't know. You need to study the voting pattern in the South. It is different.
It is different. This election is different. Now, talking about that comment Soludo make, the aim has been achieved. I think when Mama brought it that I said it, the aim is to introduce their own party to the national discourse, which he has done. So you can say, "Oh, I beg, no verse." That is politics. So you guys are reading too much. What the voters, bros. The voters no count. These politicians still run things, and they are pursuing their personal interest. Now, my question is, if to say OBC remain for Abga from time when he become governor, do you think the momentum that is enjoying now will not be bigger than this? It will be more solid. And that is the mistake Soludo will not make. Soludo will invest in that party and try his best to make sure he bring it to the national prominence. And the easiest way to start doing that is to make sure you owe your state back, to make sure you once you
I have told you on this platform several times, and I will repeat it. Apuga is at the state level, Apuga takes preeminence, especially in Anambra State, for instance. But when it comes to national elections, the Southeast have always voted PDP. The Southeast, they don't care about this Apuga thing you are talking about. When it comes to national, if you want, we can bet. I can bet. We can bet. Wait, we can do better.
I don't think you are listening to me. I have not said Abga is order. Abga is what it is because people like Obi did not invest and bring it to the prominence even when they had the opportunity. I don't think Soludo will want to lose that with what APC and PDP are doing to the Southeast.
No. Do you think Soludo? Wait. Do you think Soludo as a person will want to come to the national level with Apuga? When I know that a lot of people will begin to tell him, this is a regional party, this is Igbo thing, this is Igbo thing. He knows. He will not want to come to presidency with that Apuga thing.
Again, can you just listen to me, please? Soludo is not going to become president next year. He has at least 4 to 8 years to work on that. And as far as we are concerned today, after this election, Soludo will be the darling of the Southeast. That is their best bet to even make any move. And
right. Hold on that space. I really want to explore that space with Meadowman, but carry on. So that's Soludo. I want to really explore it with Meadowman, but carry on.
Soludo will become a factor after 2023, whether we like it or not. And he knows that. He stands a better chance to be president. If president is going to come from that region at all, he stands a better chance than every other person right now. Now you can say nobody like what's his name? Ujo Kalu. That's fine. But guess what? That man will speak volume come that day. I'm not saying he's going to displace Obi, but anything that stop Obi from getting 100% from side is, my brother, them be saying 1,000 now will be counting votes. So, okay, but him getting 100% of that vote is a lie because everybody wants to make statement at himself.
I am not talking about what will happen in the future. I'm looking at this 2023. I'm looking at 2023 election.
Yes.
If you want, I will bet. Let's bet.
That
Apuga will not win any states in the southeast in this presidential election. No matter the candidate they have now, they will not win any states.
So you mean all their senatorial
that is my thesis.
Let me finish.
No,
All their
I'm talking about presidential. I'm talking about they have a candidate for president,
That's
right?
why I say you're not listening to me.
They have a candidate for president, right? You know, so I'm telling you with every sense of, you know, I'm just telling you that assurance.
I am not listening to me though. Can you just listen to what
I think you're saying two different things, but line that point of view, and then I'll go to
You're not listening to me. I am not saying Habga is going to make any statement regarding this presidential election. I said he is going to put it in a position whereby he can bargain with it going forward. What is that going to be? Getting 20% of that state is still something. So you can't think that everybody will fall into. No, this man, because the Indigo have learned one great lesson today, that their disunity is one of their number one thing that is working against them. So I don't think they want to take a backseat again going forward in terms of presidential election. No, then we have to put their house in order. And the best way to make that statement is their Abga, who is still a baby right now. But you have to build it to a situation whereby, for God's sake, look at NNPP. Where will he go join? If he's not ashamed of himself, why he get party that he can literally bring to the national prominence? He leave him, he go to join Labour Party, that they will use him and dump him. So they are learning. This men, they know what they know what is ahead. Not be as we they see and so they know what is ahead. Everybody's fighting for himself. If you think Ujo Kali will just go to sleep because Obi is running around, man, forget it. If you think people like them, Barebe, that's the end of their political career, no. All these politicians who guess who they call them corrupt. That's all you got, and you have no choice than to work with them until you get brand new ones. So it's beyond easy. I don't know what now. As time goes on, when the team, because they never started the hammer Obi back and front. By the time they
they've not started yet. When they start to come after this guy, you will wait for him.
Obi no get consistency as we speak. But he doesn't have a consistency that can call his own. He doesn't.
He has a in fact,
online.
No, hold on. Obi has two banks of constituencies that you cannot ignore, and because they're so massive. One, he has the Southeast as a block unit, and then he has the online space as a movement. So you can't. You can't laugh at it, though, because they are real people now. They are human beings. They are not avatars.
Yes, you're right, but.
So you can't
on that day, how many of these people online?
Two very
strong positions. Maybe another reality that people are not talking about. Out of every 10 youths that register, I guarantee you 4 to 5 will be disenfranchised come that day, especially in the Southwest. I don't want to vote for any other person in the Southwest, if not be Tinubu. So put that aside first. It don't remain like 4 or 5. 2 or 3 no go show up. One day online. Last night, like 2%, 20% of people they make noise go vote. That's the reality. What we forget all this online waiting.
I think you may be wrong.
Listen.
Yeah. Carry on.
See. You talked about Apga and coming into. You see.
No, I'm not saying. I say that is the best bet he will take. Soludo to be relevant as time go for us. He has to build that party. He has to invest in that party.
Yeah.
That's what Obi refused to do.
Soludo has. Yeah, but till that time comes, Soludo has to remain relevant. Soludo has to maintain his political capital, which the goodwill he enjoys right now. He has to make it count. And that means delivering dividends in Anambra State. Let's wait for that to happen first, before he can even dream of coming out into the national level.
Sorry,
if he succeeds in doing that, maybe you are right. But right now, just like when we talk about Peter Obi's constituency, and many people will say, no, it has not happened. Let's let it happen. So Soludo is just a thought in the future. P2B is a reality. P2B left Anambra State unanimity. He left Anambra State unanimity. So Soludo has to achieve that first. Then if he continues in if he continues in APGA, then we can begin to see where he wants to. But we also understand that the rest of the country, whether we accept it or not, they see APGA as a regional party. They see APGA as a tribal thing of the Southeast. They recoil from APGA, probably because of the history of APGA's formation.
Sorry, Meadowman, that is something that Ajanle Koko has often recommended on this platform.
Yes,
politics of a country, Nigeria, it should be actually politics of ethnic nations rather than national politics. So you hold your ethnicity, and then through that, you come to the central space and negotiate with the central space as a body of people, rather than you trying to,
they should learn from the Yorubas by Tinubu. Tinubu hold that region down with one party.
Calm down,
for a long time.
Ovie, sorry, I wanted to ask Ovie something. Ovie.
Yes.
Sorry, let Meadowman land.
The Soludo you are talking about, do you think APGA is the first party he contested on that?
No, just like every other politician. But right now,
do you know the first party? Do you know he has contested for governorship before? Do you know that?
Yes, thanks to Obasanjo.
Yeah. Thank you. He was in PDP.
But
he was in PDP.
Now, as it is now, the unknown is on him for him to bring that party from that regional connotation to a national level. That is the best he can do, and that's the best chance the Southeast have.
Let me tell you, that thing you are talking about, that is what P2B has achieved, and that is what I have always mentioned here. It is one of the pleasure I derive from when I look at the political situation right now. That is what P2B has achieved. Maybe not through APGA, but he achieved it. And when we are talking about P2B, when we are talking about you hardly ever mention Labour Party. It is P2B. You hardly ever mention Labour Party. So
no, I don't think it's fair to Labour Party. Labour Party produced a governor in the names of Mimiko of Ondo State.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to reduce Labour Party to nothing. I'm just saying that today it is P2B of Labour Party.
It could have been APGA.
Not the Labour Party
Peter Obi of APGA. It could have been Peter Obi of APGA.
We will not be. But but I guarantee you that if P2B had gone back to APGA, he would not have the appeal outside the Southeast, which he enjoys right now. Because whether you agree with me or not, he does have an appeal outside the Southeast. Now, after this election, if he doesn't win eventually, if he goes back to APGA, he takes that political capital still with him as a person, as that individual. And like that, I think he will offer better to APGA other than going from PDP to APGA. He would have just been some anonymous politician there, talking and then
address that briefly because I want to go on to Bendoman, but address what is your quote. Yeah.
I don't know how people are trying to differentiate Peter Obi airwave now than that of Showore 4 years ago. There's no difference, my brother. Just that one are home base, one are foreign base. That's just the difference. So I don't know why he has national appeal. Somebody has world appeal. What does that amount to? 35,000 votes. Then give them. The same thing will be the fate of Obi, whether we like it or not. They will give them a few millions. May go sit down. That's it. These men, they know. The Southeast people, they know. Yes.
About that could be true. That is why I have always maintained here. You see, in the Southeast, people will vote and people will sleep at the polling unit if necessary until those votes are counted. People will capture it with their cell phones and let me see who will come and steal his vote.
Where do you put the unknown gunmen and IPOB? Are they going to allow vote to take place?
Where are they right now?
They are
right now.
There was still.
Let me tell you, 1 month ago, people were not allowed to even register in the Southeast. Where are the unknown gunmen right now? Have they disappeared?
No, but they are also a factor.
That is what I'm telling you.
No, they've dropped their gun for their PVCs. They've dropped their gun for their PVCs.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes.
They have to follow.
But we should also put the disenfranchisement into equation, because people will be disenfranchised whether we like it or not. It's part of the game.
Yeah,
So
there will be. You have to. I recognize that. Probably it will happen, but you see, those that are afraid of all this PVC collection and registration, there is not Tinubu and Atiku. It is the local politicians in the southeast. Because if you vote, if 1 million people come out to vote, I want to see how they will come and install Hope Uzodinma.
Last one, middleman. Are you going to give INEC credit for rolling out this campaign, making sure involving celebrities, involving everyone to make sure people vote? Because that's what people are not saying. This is not the willingness of the youth. He was engineered by the elite.
This is not. See, look. This is not election. This is just registration, and we see all what people are going through to get themselves registered, which should be something. Like going to going to the supermarket and buy.
One man, sorry, I came to answer.
Let's wait for the election to happen.
Sorry, let me come to you, Meadowman, just for reasons of time. Let me come to you. Thank you, V. Let me come to Meadowman. I've been trying to come to you for about 10-15 minutes. Sorry, Emmanuel, but I needed to move the conversation, and I'll bring you on back. But Meadowman, let me come to you. And let me come to you via Alexander Gomez's super chat to you. It says, Meadowman, stubborn is an understatement. So that was to the space that you say that the Southeasterners, they are sticklers to their will. And once they've made up their mind, they've made up their mind. So he's saying that's where Alexander came in to say stubborn is an understatement. And then Nam. So that space that you were just flirting with Ovie, I want us to explore it fully because
Nam. It's Nam.
Yes, no, I do beg your pardon. I have to learn Igbo. You know, it's one of my. You know, if we were to say Nigerian languages, I would say the Igbo language has the texture of German. The Yoruba language has the texture of French, and I'll say the Northerners, they have the texture of English. So yes, so that's just how I see it in my own weird way. But
I agree with you somewhat. I wouldn't say French. I would say Portuguese or Portuguese
or Italian.
Not Spanish.
Yes. Let me take you to that space, because we opened up that space actually in the earlier sessions when Alexander Gomez came on. That Peter Obi, for all of his efforts, and is going to get bountiful in reward. But the harvest of Peter Obi's efforts is going to be done by Charles Soludo. Because by the time Peter Obi gets to the end of his process, he would have been brutalized, and then the gloss would have been taken off his sheen. You know, he would have been colored somewhat, but he will still come victorious, but he will not take that crown. What Peter Obi is doing now is to sensitize the Nigerian space to the possibility of a Southeastern president. But that Southeastern president will be Charles Soludo, not Peter Obi. And that will be in almost 2031. What are you making of that then as a theory, Meadowman?
Yeah, it's a theory I can understand why somebody would think of. I understand it. That is more or less what Ovie was trying to point towards. It is possible, yeah. Because Peter Obi is if he maxes out, right? If he maxes out, he would have achieved something, that is putting the Southeast in once again back into the Nigerian political atmosphere.
At the top of the table.
Somebody else. Yeah. And the people, because these young people, somebody was on your program one of these days, and he sounds like somebody above 25 or maybe above 30. but he's telling you that he never voted. He has never voted. I think it was one guy that was fighting to get his PVC. He had to travel to some other town to get his PVC from Abuja. He had to travel out to get his PVC.
I think
Imagine
that was
yeah. Yeah, imagine that. There are so many. I talk to people. There are so many like that has never voted, and there is these younger ones, those people that are 18 and a little bit above 18 that are getting. These people are going to enter into a cycle, and hopefully it becomes a culture to go out and vote. That is because when they adopt something, it becomes like a duty. That is why they still do their Monday sit at homes. If they adopt it as a culture like every other region adopts it, yes, somebody like Soludo or maybe somebody else. We are talking about Soludo. Somebody else could appear from somewhere else, and that is how politics go, and human beings.
What are you making of the assertion, Meadowman? What are you making of the assertion that Soludo, for a lot of people, is actually the acceptable face of the Southeast and not Peter Obi? So the Peter Obi, a lot of people understand as the acceptable face of the Southeasterners, but for the Southeast, from the outside looking in, a lot of people actually see Soludo more as because Soludo has a super brain, but Peter Obi is clever. No, you can't take that from him. But I don't think his most fervent of supporters would want to go as far as to say it's a super brain. But Soludo is a super brain, and Nigerians, they love super brains.
Yeah, because Peter Obi that happens like that. Peter Obi is, and who told you that Nigerians love super brains?
We love people like Chino Achebe, Wole Soyinka. These are the people we like to defer to.
Those people would have been more prominent in our country if we loved them. But anyway, Peter Obi grew from like Buhari would say, bottom to up, but Soludo grew from top to bottom. He came from that Nigerian space back to the southeast. Why Peter Obi is coming out from the southeast into the Nigerian space? I think
you may be right. I think you may be right. Yes, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Now, in elections, regions like during Obasanjo's first election, the Southwest presented their own preferred candidate, but it's the rest of the country that eventually chose Obasanjo because it was the person they were comfortable, they knew. Actually, it was more about name recognition, and then the party that was controlling everything was PDP, so it was easier for him. And so you could maybe in the future present Peter Obi and Soludo, and Nigerians would choose Soludo. Yeah, I would understand that. He has a more national appeal because he has more name recognition among the political heavyweights around the country. So yeah, you could be right about that.
All right, brilliant. So Meadowman, let me take you to one more space. I'm not sure if you heard me read this out.
But one man, there's a condition to what he said, though. There's actually a condition that if actually Soludo maintain, because that statement he made, supposing he didn't withdraw that statement, he will lose a lot of relevance from the young ones. So if actually he integrity that he has now going forward, that is when this love will remain. But he has to wash his back and wash his feet, because Igbos, when you just like Ekweremad, all those people, when you start making unnecessary utterances, those respect you think you enjoy, Igbos will take it away from you. Thank you.
All right, but
who is speaking?
It was Emmanuel. Emmanuel, that was Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, you see, why Soludo recounted is what I was saying earlier. Politicians will never go against the opinion of their constituency. He said it, and there was backlash from his own constituency. That is why he recounted, just like Atiku did when he condemned that thing about that girl that was killed in Sokoto, and I can go on and on. So politicians will. Somebody said that, oh, the message had been sent out. The message was sent out. It was to influence that constituency. He saw that was going nowhere. He recounted. So actually, when he recounted,
Middleman. Middleman. What you just said now, comparing
you don't know the voice. What do you mean? Who is that? The landlord. Is the landlord your landlord?
What you just said now, making reference to the action of Atiku. This is what I was telling people here some days ago, some few days ago. They were throwing stone at me, and some people were sparking cutlass on the ground, asking for my head. So, you see, okay, I'm enjoying you. You are making a good point, man.
Yeah, so it is his constituency. He cannot stand against it, even though we know he has a bag full of political capital. He cannot just waste it like that. He can't afford to spend any of it on nonsense. So he said it because he wanted to support his party, because somebody from his party left to follow the Labour Party. So he said it, and he got the heat, and he had to recount, because that is what you do if you don't want to. If you don't want to lose your political base, because that is all you got in politics. That is all you got. Never mind that you are a big man. Oh, the Northerners like you. Oh, the Western. No, what you have is your base. If you lose it, that is all you. That is why I had to come in about Wike. Wike, we have to make that calculation, because he's not the first. Amechi did that. Amechi was an emperor in Rivers State before he left to go to APC. But he did not. He left. Somebody came and took that same structure from him. So you have to see what your constituency wants. You have to listen to your people, gauge the mood before you make such move. He can go there and say he's taking his structure. When he looks back, he sees he's alone, and the people and maybe somebody else will sit in his seat in Rivers. So he better do that calculation well, because Rivers is not homogeneous. Like Fayose can do that. Yes, he's at home. I mean, is we there, you know.
If you were Middleman, if you were Wike's political advisor, how would you be advising him to point his future? How would you advise him to point his future?
It is a tricky one. That is a tricky. I think he should stay put. He should stay put. I mean, Wike should stop being a cry baby. He lost. That is that. I mean, he played bad politics. He was fighting with his neighbors and making friends with people from other regions. That is what I'm saying. You can be anything in the north or in the west, but your base is your base. That is where you do not want to lose, because those people will abandon you in a blink of an eye. But your base, if they are with you, you are safe to some extent. So I think he should stay put, because
do you think he should campaign for? Do you think he should campaign for Atiku, or do you think he should just stay out of it?
I think he should do a low-profile campaign. Sort of, trying to do that a good neighborhood kind of campaign, not the energetic campaign you would expect from him. Because going by that thing of we want a southern president, it would be funny if he because that is the question they will ask him. What about that brouhaha for southern? But he should still campaign with for Atiku, because he also said he's a party man. So he can that is more manageable than the campaign. Right now, it could be good, but it could be disaster. But it could be very, very
Do you
disastrous.
think Atiku and by extension the PDP have made a laughing stock of Wike?
Not really. Not
You
really.
don't think so?
I
You
think
don't think it's a laughing stock now?
No. I think everything you see happening now happened when the PDP failed to zone that slot to the south. That was when all these things you see is just consequential. All these things you see, because once they failed to do that, I kept hammering it here that Atiku will be the flag bearer. Anybody thinking any other thing was just Atiku will be the flag bearer. It's just like somebody saying that Tinubu wouldn't be the flag bearer in APC. That is just dreaming. Once they fail to do that, that is when everything that is happening now started, and they should have done that. If they had zoned it to the south, and then you have Obi maybe and Wike fighting it out. It would have been, whoever loses will shake the hands
Who
of
do
the
you
other
think will
one.
win that
Life
fight?
goes on.
Who do you think will win that fight?
Wike will win now because
you think
the
Wike will beat
delegates that
Obi?
decide.
I think Obi will beat Wike.
Yeah. No, I don't. Maybe today's Obi. Yeah, maybe today's Obi because. But it is the primary is about money. So if you have the deeper pocket, you have more votes. So I wouldn't. Even Atiku himself, he almost lost. Wike put up a big
It
fight.
was Tambuwal, wasn't it? That was really the real decider.
Yeah. Wike put up a big fight. So if it was a direct primary, Obi will beat him for sure. That is today's Obi, because that primary campaign gave Obi the platform to show himself to the rest of the country. That was what propelled him to what he is today. The primaries, it gave him that opportunity to sell himself.
Just still with sorry, go on. Yeah, no, I was just going to say, just still with Atiku, middleman. Some people there's a school of thought that feels that against popular recommendation, Atiku picking Okowa is an error in judgment, which could well prove to be a fatal error in judgment. That could well be what will cost him the presidency if he ever had any shorter teeth. And they also, especially in the conversation with Ovie, reflect on who would you want in that battlefield with you as you canvass for votes, Okowa or Wike. And Wike, of course, very popular as we are now finding out, and as we have always known within the PDP. Fatal, an error that could well prove fatal. This is what our people are saying, middleman.
Yeah, you see, the resentment of Wike today was that he was the natural pick, the natural vice president after Obi left. He was the natural. He came second. He's the strongest. I mean, that is his resentment. And then Atiku went on to pick Okowa. I also understand what Atiku and PDP tried to do there. There was still some hope that they didn't want to lose out totally of the southeast, so they picked Okowa, a sitting governor, of an Igbo man. That is why, so that they can get some sympathy, because they if they had decided, look, we lost southeast, let us go for it, it would have been weak.
Sorry, how did you just describe Okowa? How did you say Okowa an Igbo man?
Yeah.
Oh, he is now. You've accepted him.
Okay. No, I said it like 2 weeks ago. I suggested that PDP would pick Okowa, and somebody somebody in this platform came up to say he's not an Igbo man. He's from some, I don't know where he is from.
That would be in
here
CBD. So usually in CBD, there's usually reckless like that.
No, I said if somebody came and said no, he's not, and they call some tribe like that. I don't know. I just left it. But it's funny when Okowa's Kingsman went and carried out a coup in 1966. Everybody said he's Igbo coup, and now Okowa is not an Igbo man. I mean, it's really funny. But yeah, that is what PDP tried to do there. That is what PDP tried to do, but it's not. I think it was a mistake. I think Wike would have, even though Wike played bad politics in recent past, he would have been a better choice.
All right, thank you, Meadoman. I somewhat agree. At least to get that, it may be an awful, almost certainly will be a terrible vice president. But on the campaign, you want Wike beside you. But when you win, you'll probably be looking for a way to abandon him because you'll be every single night you'll be drinking Panadol. It would do your head in. It would drive you mad. That's just Wike. All right.
Wike is the when you're planning to say something, maybe announce it next 2 weeks. Wike will the next morning would have announced it to the whole world, and he's that kind. He will be that kind of vice president, and the principals don't like that. But as a president, there's a way you can kind of gag your vice president. You got all the powers. So Wike would have been a better choice. Maybe I'm wrong.
Have you noticed that he's lost weight significantly? He was never a big guy, but he looks somewhat frail now. Did you notice that? Have you noticed
one man,
that?
Easy now.
Easy
now. Imagine how much this guy spent giving 200 million in Kano, 200 million in Kaduna, 200 million in here, 200 million there,
50 million in Benue.
Yes.
This money is too much.
Buying delegates, and then you lose everything, and then your political future is not looking it's not looking rosy. Because he knows that he's going to be probed, because he's probing Amechi right now. He knows that he's going to be probed. He knows that something not very good is coming towards his way in the future. So easy. You won't eat your egusi soup the way you used to eat it. You won't be that.
They say it's partial to the brandy as well. They say it's partial to the brandy. He likes a good drink.
Probably now he must be taking more brandy than water.
Yes. My God. It'd be a good thing anyway to see the back. Go on.
Yeah, I said it's not easy, so I understand it. But yeah, I saw that he lost some weight, but I wouldn't expect anything different.
All right, thank you, Medoman. It'd be good to see the back of some of these people anyway. I mean, what progress would you get under the likes of Wike, Amechi, all this Buhari, or a lot of these people? At least the one thing about 2023 is going to mark the end of the political journey of either Tinubu or Atiku. Buhari gone, Wike hopefully gone, Amechi completely gone already. So he's not relevant even as we speak today. So he lost his boots.
This next election will be like a change of God.
A cleansing.
Mama, what if APC win or PDP win? Are they coming back?
I hope
no.
Not,
even if PDP or APC wins, a lot of people will. If APC wins, a lot of people will be out of business, and if PDP wins, a lot of people will be out of business, and even some people from within the party will be out of business because some people have reached their. What will you do with somebody like Amechi? What will you do with him?
Yes. Will you make him a minister?
Yeah, what would you do with somebody like Fashola? What would you do?
Fashola has already retired from politics anyway. He's just tidying up his office now.
Yeah. So many people will fizzle out of the political scene, and it's natural, and that is how it should be, so that we have replacement. What has happened in Nigeria is that we have not have replacement for a long time. So that is why people come out and say we are recycling. It's not that we are recycling; it's just that these people are hanging on. They hang on. They just locked. They just locked themselves in a room and locked everybody else out. And anybody that is chosen from that room is going to be the president. You have to, you guys outside, you have to vote for this or this. So that is what has been happening. So, and that is one thing good about Obi's emergence. Even if he doesn't win, I mean, if he can make enough noise, if he can give enough headaches, so other people will know that it's possible, and even Nigerians will understand that it is possible. These people are not gods; they can be defeated.
Oh, all right. One thing we know, Ahmed Lawan is not going back to the Senate. That much we know. Bukola Saraki, game over. Amechi, we've already said, so a real cleansing. We will not in 2023 be speaking about any of these evil names. That's for certain. And that in itself is a step in the right direction. But thank you, Medoman. Medoman, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez and then take the conversation on to Kulata, who is patiently waiting, unusually silent. You don't usually get this much silence from Kulata. But let me acknowledge the super chat first, which is to that Soludo space, Medoman. He says, a lot of people, I don't want to be ethnic or anything, but a lot of Yoruba people, they love Soludo. I don't know why, but I know I do, and I know Ajale Koko does. I know Alexander Gomez do. A lot of Yoruba people, they just love Soludo. He says, Soludo will be a Nigerian president. He is beloved by all and sundry, a national treasure. When you see Soludo, you see a proud Nigerian. So there it is. It's just people like him. That much is
One man,
certain.
don't worry about that. One man is just to add to something you said. Don't worry about. You see, just P2B's situation now is just circumstantial. If you didn't have a Yoruba person running right now, the whole Southwest will be obedient. I'm telling you.
Yes. I think you are right. And if Tinubu, for whatever reason, falls out of the race, we'll probably rename One Man Went to Obedient. We'll rename the platform One Man Went to Obedient, and then we'll go all hell for it. All hell for it. We must take that country from them one way or the other. And this is Dolapo Majekodumi. Obi is like John the Baptist in the Bible for the Igbo. So I think he was speaking to that space that Obi might well prove to be but he might prove to be importantly the forerunner for Soludo presidency, which I think a lot of Nigerians, I think even the Northerners, they would not recall from Soludo. So Obi is like the John the Baptist in the Bible for the Igbo. So I'm not quite sure that for the Igbo part was not necessary, but for the politics of it, it may well be. So thank you, Dolapo, for that. And then from you, Middleman, let's go on to Kulata, who I suspect may not be with us. Kulata, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh yeah, brilliant. You sound like you're in bed. Are you tired already?
Yeah, rough day, client meetings. Well, yeah, I'm in.
Oh, okay, brilliant. So let me take you to the Fayose space. Fayose, of course, it was quite. Fayose now. You don't really get any of this sophisticated yam big grammar. He just goes straight to it in his usual Ekiti fashion. So, and in his usual Ekiti fashion, this is although I'll read this to you, and then you'll know that it wasn't Fayose that wrote it, but he's just told them what his sentiments are. It says Fayose wrote, the PDP constitution provides for a rotational presidency. Section 3C provides that the party shall pursue its aims and objectives by adhering to the policy of rotation and zoning of party and public elective offices in pursuance of the principle of equity, justice, and fairness. The current president of Nigeria is a two-term northern presidency, thus implying that it must be a southern presidency in 2023 or nothing. Our South Lokan. Nigerians should await details. So that is not a Fayose's language, of course. It's like we will go and eat agbado, it's so infrastructure. But setting all of that aside, collateral, Fayose now points against the lead of his party, who a northerner, and he insisted that a southerner must be the president. So I don't think you have to be a genius to see where he's heading, or would you, Kulata?
Is coming home.
Ileya Odumale.
that is what he's doing.
Ileya.
I mean, let's think of when you think about it. Fayose is irrelevant in PDP, and for some reason, he's not going the Dino Melaye route. Like, he's not going to hang on for money. Like Dino has been hanging on to Atiku. So I think right now he has not much to do. He's looking for attention because I don't even think it's going to be that accepted in the APC set because it's burnt so many bridges. But who knows? But I just think he's like looking for relevance, just noise making. He has no political weight. He's of no use to anybody. So it's just noise making. I really don't think much.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it is just noise making, of course, because he has no political weight, but he has a political voice. And that voice is pointing against the principle of his party. And if you align it with the sentiment of Ortom, who is waiting for divine direction, and then the clouds are not aligning for Atiku.
Ortom is still going to go Atiku. Ortom is kind of like, he's lily livered. He's just making noise. Ortom at the end of the day is still going to go Atiku because our biggest problem in that country is the North Central. They just don't understand the kind of power they weigh. Assuming you have the better part of North Central kind of like aligning with the South, can you imagine the kind of balance of power that we will have? We will have mostly like intelligent people ruling the country. So someone like Ortom, don't be surprised if he just kind of like goes back to supporting Atiku for president. That's exactly what he's going to do. I don't even have any doubts about that. Right now, I think they're just waiting for Wike to heal. Wike needs to just heal silently. He needs to just be quiet during this election because he can't really support Atiku. He's going to be alpha then. So once they wait for Wike to heal, Ortom will get back in line and start supporting Atiku. But Fayose, maybe I pinged this, maybe I sent this in the chat. I said, give it time. You will see Yoruba people starting to come home. Like the feeling of that Awolowo, there's this imaginary line drawn from progressive Yoruba politics, from Awolowo to Tinubu, that they're now thinking the mistake Awolowo made by not aligning to the North, that Tinubu is finally fixing that problem, and this is now the real shot. So if even Tinubu is crippling, you will see everybody kind of like aligning in the Southwest, like gradually. You've seen all those Yoruba Nollywood people. You've seen them with their jingles. You can see that coming. Then you now start seeing all these Fuji artists. You see, it will continue.
Kolata, how long do you think before they conjure up about Ogunde from the graves and you say, "Hey, Yoruba Ronu"? We will say, is that
that's the last card.
Yes.
Yoruba Ronu is going to be like
Yoruba Ronu.
for the remaining people that are still doing I'll vote PDP, I'll vote Peter Obi. That's when they release that one because that song is powerful for Yoruba people. Like I don't know the drug in that song, but at the end of the day, Tinubu is going to get the Southwest. And then you'll still get 40% or so that will vote for PDP and Obi. So all that one is going to resolve itself. Now, you guys spoke about Soludo. There's something about Soludo that when you look at Soludo, you think Nigerian. When you look at Obi, you think Igbo. And I've been trying to think about it, like why do I come up with that thought? Like I can't explain it. Soludo is kind of like
sorry, Kolata. I think I think Meadowman explained it just perfectly now because I was of the same mindset as you until Meadowman spoke. Soludo came in at the national level and then went to the state level. But Peter Obi
Yes.
is coming out of the east, wanting to come into the national level. So we're seeing him coming from the east to the national. But Soludo, we know him as a Nigerian who has now gone home to effect
True.
good in his state. Yeah.
I think that kind of explains it because I've not really sat down to think about it. But when you think about Soludo, Soludo kind of like belongs to everybody. And if he goes national, but the only thing is, Soludo probably needs to join APC. But I don't know how that will fly in the East. But based on like if he joins ABC and they give him like an anchor position, I wonder what the southeastern people would do because I mean they hate APC as a party, but I mean come on, everybody knows that if there's kind of like a real opportunity, they will align. But I don't think he can do much with that Abga party. That Abga party is just like it's too regional to except they kind of align and except they all align. I think PDP being dead, if Atiku loses, the best that can happen to PDP is kind of like group PDP, Abga, Labour, all of them just form a stronger PDP with reformed people. Maybe Soludo may have a shot with that because if Atiku loses now, the only big money people they have are going to be in the South. So that means you can't even have a Southeast presidency come out of PDP, even if Atiku loses. It's gonna take decades for any Southeast president to come out of Nigeria. I'm not even lying because there's so many things against the Southeast
I'm
from
not sure.
the
I'm not sure that you should say it would take decades because before Peter Obi, nobody would give a thought to the possibility of a southeastern president.
but even the Peter Obi is just it's not gonna amount to anything. You're gonna see it. It's not
Yeah,
gonna
but
really gonna amount to anything.
what people are saying is setting the groundwork for a Soludo presidency. So after
Look,
Peter Obi, we are now able to see the Southeast as president. And when and if Soludo puts up a performance in Anambra, and because
no,
of his national appeal as well.
it's not by that. It's the money. It's
All
the
right.
money. Like which of the Southeast candidates is willing to spend their own money? Which of those states generates a boatload of money like River State or Delta states? Where are they going to get that money from? That's number one. Number two is the fact that they're just 5 states. And then, not that they're just 5 states. If you look at the registered voters there, they're the lowest in the country again, the number of registered voters and the number of newly registered voters. So they don't have the votes and they don't have the money. So what miracle is going to now bring one candidate to be in the pole position? Because think about the PDP one, the number one and number two had the most money, spend the most money. Atiku had way more money and spend more money than what's called Wike. So which of the Southeast state governors or leaders has the money to spend in the next election? Do you think Obi no
But
shishi for this?
if he has electability, which Soludo has, money will back him. So he doesn't have to have personal wealth. But if he has
But
electability,
it's
money
not.
will back him.
But it means he's not going to win the primaries. You have to win the primaries before you run. Electability doesn't mean you're going to win the primaries. So Shibajo has electability. He did not come second in the primaries. So it's not about electability. You have to be able to afford the primaries first before you can get sponsors. So I really don't see anybody. There's going to be an Igbo president, but it's going to come from the south. It's not going to come from the southeast.
That's not Igbo then. That's South. That's
Is
from the
is
Creek.
is
Or
Ika, is
a woman,
Ikwe,
or a woman.
eh? Is they're Igbos now? Come on, everybody's like it's like saying Yoruba from Kogi is not Yoruba or Yoruba from Kwara is not Kwara. You guys need to get over it. But I just don't think there's any realistic chance of an Igbo president coming from the southeast because of the two main factors: the lack of money. Like when we say money, big time money. I know they're successful Igbo businessmen, but they won't have that kind of money to spend on an election. It's money that you steal that you can spend on an election. So there's that kind of money, and then there's no the demographic support isn't there. The numbers are just not there. 5 states, very few local governments, small amount of voters, highest amount of voter apathy. I mean, the math just isn't there. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, but I just don't see it happening.
All right, just as an aside, Kolata, who do you think has the bigger brain, Soludo or Peter Obi? Who has the bigger brain?
Is this a trick question?
No, it's just for my own curiosity because I have a thought, but I want to see if your thought aligns.
That's why I'm saying this is a trick question. Of course, it's Soludo now.
Yes, that's what I think too. It's just altogether more,
Let me tell you, Peter Obi's appeal for everybody. He seems like the kind of guy you want to sit down and have beer with. So he comes up with the folksy, relatable, parity, showing virtue
from the farmyard sort of
farmyard thing, like good old boy. I'm down to earth. I can drink gari. I walk on the street. I don't have security. So those kind of little things are. I mean, for people that are impressionable, you will buy into all that facade. But at the end of the day, the guy is a billionaire, and is a billionaire. He has money. He's also, I mean, he's a politician to the core. 4 years ago, he was distributing money for Atiku. So what are we talking about here? 2 months ago was in PDP. But he has that personality thing going for him. So you won't really, if you're the ones who's really carried with emotional politics, you'll fall for his rhetoric. I mean, just explain Nigerian problem. Oh, we're not generating power. Oh, I want to generate 50,000 relevant. Egypt did this one did that. Go to Vietnam. Everybody knows that. So if he can do that with his like package of like humble nature and everything, you can fall for that facade. But I just don't think too much. But for someone like Soludo opening his mouth is a man of substance. When he's speaking, the way he relates solutions, the way he kind of relates concept is beyond that folksy, oh, we should do the, I mean, generation to, I mean, what's that thing? Consumption to
even some
production.
of the innovations that it comes up with. Okay, so thank you for saying that consumptions to innovation. I've been, often I say, there's big ideas and there's pedestrian ideas. Do you know, just in the 100 days that Soludo has been the governor of Anambra State, he has tried to digitalized the Agbero system in Anambra. Do you understand? So rather than ticketing people, they just via some app that he has had created, do whatever it is levy that they have to pay, thereby removing that Agbero, which is a quasi-criminality as well as a functionary of state sort of system in every state. So that's a bit. That's just an excellent, So that's not production consumption. That's just sheer genius, So that's the sort of brain,
So Soludo is the real deal. Let's not kid ourselves. That's the person we need as president. That's the person I'm willing to fight for, that I can get emotional for, because that kind of person will deliver. He's capable. If we need to play the politics, before he gets to that position of power, all of us will have to.
But you guys cannot be praising Soludo now that have not even run his 4 terms successfully. You can't be praising him yet. What has he done?
We can't praise him yet, but the signs are
You
there.
can't praise him yet. You can't compare. Obi achievement is still better than his today. Let him complete 4 years or 8 years, then you can compare. Don't destroy Obi like that now. Obi has done the little he can do.
I'm not destroying
even this Soludo that you are praising.
Understand the game. It's not about Soludo, it's about Peter Obi.
Yeah,
I'm not destroying Obi.
Even this your Soludo that you guys are praising now, he was making reference to Obi successes before election, that is going to do like Obi did this, as Obi managed this. That's to tell you that Obi is his master.
You have
to
write
Obi as a success. The success story of Obi. The success story of Obi is he acknowledged it. Oh, no, hold on. No, the success story of Obi in Anambra He acknowledged this several times. But you people are rubbishing Obi to praise somebody that have not even spent 100 days in office. I mean, why are we doing like this?
Don't worry, I'll pray to you next very
Oh,
soon.
okay,
No,
Ajale
just,
Koko,
stop it, man.
who has the better brain, Obi or Soludo? Ajale Koko, who has the better brain?
Obi so far, because we have seen what he did in Anambra
No.
State. We have not seen what Soludo did.
CBN.
Exactly.
Yeah, CBN. Yes, he did well as CBN. He did well when he was CBN, but on the position of governorship, we have not seen he has not done anything that
It's hit the
for us
ground
to start
running.
giving
It's
it to
hit the
him.
ground running. It's hit the ground running.
So Obi did not kick the ground running when he got there.
Obi was. He said he didn't have a house to stay. So
I mean,
let
us be fair to Obi. If he's not your candidate, well, fine.
No.
But not to rubbish him. Don't rubbish him. Don't rubbish him in comparison. Don't rubbish him in comparison to Soludo that have not achieved anything.
Should we acknowledge Soludo's superiority, though? Should we acknowledge that? While still applauding?
No, I cannot acknowledge the superiority. He was lucky that he served with Obasanjo that has a vision too. Obasanjo came to governor with a vision, with a sense of purpose, with what the direction he wanted to take Nigeria. So and that was what made him a success story. If he had worked with what do you call this Deep Buhari, it would have been a failure. So don't give it to Soludo. Don't make him as if he's Almighty God.
Okay, he was successful. In fact, not just successful under Obasanjo, he was inspired under Obasanjo, and to show that it's not a fluke. Just within 100 days in governance, he has already highlighted himself as a star boy. A star boy. He's a star boy now.
Which star? It is the citizen of Anambra that will tell you whether he's good or not after 8 years. Just leave that one. Let him finish his 8 years. Because they're talking about, are you imparting the citizen of that state or not?
What if he's so spectacular in 4 years?
Look at how we have talked on non-government.
No, this person that have not done anything. You people are praising. You guys are praising somebody that have not achieved anything.
You gave him
Why are you praising somebody that have not achieved anything?
Exactly.
I don't know. Compared to Obi that had a record, Obi had a record. We saw his record. You want to compare somebody that have not achieved nothing?
Within 3 months, this guy stopped on non-government.
What is Obi's record?
Go and check in Anambra State now.
What is Obi's record?
That is a lie. One man.
No.
Actually,
No. Let us be fair. Let us be objective. Let us be. You might not like his politics, or you might. I might agree with you. I could agree with you that politically, yeah, it's not that good. But the success story about him on Anambra is good, and that is why that is what makes him what he is today. That is why it's resonating with everybody. I mean, people are jumping up and down.
Because people are not looking at
and in politics, you can't compare Obi with Soludo. You can't compare. Obi is far ahead of him now politically.
Yes, I can agree with you.
Yeah, so let us give it to Obi where we hold to give, where we need to give it to him. Let us give it to him. Where we can say,
is transforming from a technocrat to a politician. So give him 4 years.
Yes, excellent.
Okay, so Obi was not a technocrat.
For where?
Was he not a technocrat when he became governor?
I thought he was a tradesman.
He was a bank. He was a chairman of a bank.
Really?
So that doesn't
yes, of Fidelity Bank, of Fidelity Bank.
I mean,
what are you guys talking about?
You even know Peter
when you say chairman, that means he owns the bank. I don't think he's a chairman.
He was the chairman.
It was
the chairman of
Fidelity Bank.
For himself
It was
tells
from
us he's a
from the
traitor now.
Even
government
as at
that was.
the time that the news broke to him, they broke the news to him that he have to go and he have to move to Anambra State at the new go. He was at a board meeting. He was at a board meeting. I mean, let's
But it tells
look.
us he's a traitor
Where we
now.
need to give it to.
It tells us he's a trader now. Does he not
Can
tell
I
us
ask
he's a
one man
trader?
a question?
Hey, go on, Saki. Saki, go on.
One man.
One man. That means you have not
Wait.
the biography of Obi. That's what I just find out now. You have not even read it.
We did 5 hours on Obi just 2 days ago. So
No, I mean the biography of Obi, where he has worked and what he has done. You don't even know it at all.
No, I can't go by what he said now. He describes himself as a trader, you know.
Obi he came from London. He came from London to run.
He was asked to resign the shaman from the bank to come and rule in Anambra State. He was beckoned on. He refused several times before he accepted the post. What are people saying?
Can I ask one man a question?
Yeah, go on, Asaki. Yes, go on.
Is Soludo not a professor of economics?
Well, there it is. Yes, eminently qualified.
Is Osibajo not a professor of law?
And Peter Obi got a third in psychology or something.
Wait. These are professors, right?
Yes.
Do you expect them not to have brain more than some politicians that are not professors? They should have brain. So why are you excited that they have brain? They are professors. They should have brain.
Am I wrong to be? Are you not impressed by Soludo? Am I wrong to be impressed by Soludo, Saki?
No, you are not wrong.
It's not a fair comparison. It's not fair to compare
than Soludo when you come to that.
Soludo
is more proactive than Soludo.
It's more what? Peter Obi is more what? I didn't hear
it's more proactiveness.
In what way?
In what way?
In all dimensions.
Oh, God.
How? Describe. Mention two. Mention 2 dimensions.
Let's a practical man.
Let's not just be doing this.
What we need in Nigeria.
People be very decisive. It's
what
not
is quantifiable? What is quantifiable in practical man? What does that mean? And quantify that.
That is when he says he wants to do something, he will do it. He doesn't cajole anybody.
Problems of the society.
All that is, you're not pointing to me in anything tangible. You're just talking about someone's style. It makes nothing. It makes no meaning.
Let me give you an instance, just one instance. So when he came to this to Anambra as a governor, he told all of them that they must save up to 15 billion naira in this government, whether they like it or not. And the way they will do it, they should leave it for him to handle it. Okay. And he started from scratch by cutting all the necessary spending, and he was able to achieve his purpose.
It's part of cutting the spending, not allowing local government election.
So when they were terrorizing the Anambra state, Peter Obi told them that they should allow him, he would decisively deal with the insecurity there. Go and ask anybody in Wike. Today, Wike is clear as anything. He dealt with them within 1 week. So what are you saying?
You just said some things. You just said some things, and I could not pick any meaningful thing out of it. Honestly speaking, you said someone saved money. What does that do to the state? Does that improve employment in the state? Does that improve productivity in the state? He saved money. What does that mean?
If you are an economics person, you know what saving money is all about. As
a household person, yes, I know what it's about. But as a state, I think it's meaninless.
Even the big Okonjo-Iweala was telling everybody in the state that they should try and save money. So you don't squander the resources of the government unnecessarily. So what are you telling me? Where are you people from?
I'm from planet Earth. Saving money saving money versus having money is different. Having money meaning you can fund a lot of things. Not I saved something and it's buried and then interest rate and all those things is chopping.
Education was number one. Every student has a computer in the school. What are you saying?
Is calling me. Yes. Education, I give it to
Kulata, the Soludo you are talking about today, because I listened to his first 100 days. He also talked about the need to also save money. He also talked about it today, that there is need to also save money. So you can't say you are running government and you spend everything you have. You won't have savings.
You invest.
For future, you will be investing.
You need to invest.
P2B was doing all those things and was still saving. It's not as if it's not like he was only saving. He was doing all those things you were talking about.
So why? Okay, so
let me tell you.
Listen, let me ask you one question before you continue.
You are talking about insecurity. Wait. You are talking about insecurity in Anambra.
Hang on. Before you continue, why was Ngige's IGR percentage higher than Peter Obi? I said Peter Obi. And why was Obiano's IGR increase higher than Obi? So his predecessor and his predecessor and the person that was successor, they both outperformed him in IGR growth. So what are you telling me?
He was too busy saving money now.
He was too busy saving, stifling the.
But they were borrowing money.
Let me tell you.
They were borrowing money.
There's nothing wrong with borrowing
money. Say something.
As long as you can pay it back, there's nothing wrong in borrowing money.
But they have not paid. They have not paid the money that has been borrowed. Obi came and cleared all the debt himself. They were owing gratuity and pension for over 13 billion naira. He came without borrowing. He said to all that. Please, let's get fat before we talk or rubbish somebody.
Yes,
please.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. You're talking about insecurity currently in Anambra State. How Soludo has been able to do that, right? Do you know that when P2B entered, insecurity was the highest in Anambra State? Do you know that the insecurity was high to the extent that they kidnapped sitting governor in Anambra State? I want to tell you the level of insecurity in Anambra State. That period, they kidnapped sitting governor.
Brothers.
So yes, they were able to do.
We understand.
No, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Obi, but the unnecessary hype, it annoys me because the record is ordinary.
Those people are saying they're telling you the facts. There will not there's no additional stuff they're adding. They are telling you what this man has done. There's no addition.
Yeah,
what
Kulata is saying is not impressive.
I'm not impressed. Simple.
Exactly.
I don't have to be impressed.
They will understand that. Go and ask any governor. Go and tell me any governor in this country that have been able to save money and took education to number one.
Saving money doesn't impress me. Saving money doesn't impress me. If you're a household, you can save money in your household. But as a state, I'm not interested in you saving money. I'm interested in you borrowing money and generating a surplus in your budget.
There is a lot of surplus. That was the road construction.
I don't care about you saving money.
That was the road construction. That was enough in the invested in education, invested in all this infrastructure. He brought.
There's no single governor. There's no single governor in the country that doesn't construct roads. So that's pedestrian.
So then tell me what is the problem that you don't like Obi?
It doesn't have big ideas, is what Kulata is.
It doesn't have big ideas. There was nothing. It didn't do anything. It didn't do anything transformative.
Then who outshined among all the governors? Who outshined among all the governors? Mention one person.
Okay, from people that took their states. This guy in Kaduna.
All the governors that have ruled in this country. Tell me who are.
That short Kaduna governor. Yeah, Fashola is one. El Rufai is another one. Donald Duke is another one.
Donald Duke.
Zulum is another one. So why are you saying leave that one? We're giving you transformational governors. You're telling us someone saves money. Toro Kobo.
People that will go and borrow money and leave debt in the office before leaving
the office. It's not an allocation system. It's not your household
budget.
They
will borrow money and leave debt to their successors to come and pay it. The person that made 13 billion naira in the bank and what person is and leave extra in the bank. And you cannot give them credit.
The America or the Germany or the Europe you are staying, aren't they borrowing money? Go and tell them to save now. Aren't they borrowing money?
The most indebted country in the world.
Listen, if you borrow money and you settle the money before leaving the office, I'll give you the credit.
You don't have to settle it.
You don't have to settle it.
But you have to pay into infrastructural development. Yeah.
Why won't you settle it? Just like Buhari borrowing money up and down, looking for somebody to come and settle the debts.
Buhari borrowing money is different from money that is borrowed, that is generating more money that can pay back the debt and also increase the ability to pay it.
All these governors, go and ask all of them. They are borrowing money and they will leave office without settling their debts. And that I'm telling you, Obi made 13 billion naira debt in the office.
Hold on, Kulata. Hold on, Emmanuel. Understand this, Emmanuel. You see, saving the money is not as important as you may think it is. But what Kulata is saying to you, and please correct me if I'm putting you out of context. What Kulata is saying is that carrying debt is actually a good thing if that debt is used to grow the economic space of that state. So that debt is tied to infrastructure. So you open the state up to bring out this economy more and grow.
I've been reading other country the way they run their stuff. These people leave money in the office before another person comes to office. It's only Nigeria that they borrowed money without settling their debts. Then they will leave office.
What do you mean without settling their debt?
I don't know, man.
What do you mean without settling? Like, if we're not paying our debt, don't you think we'll be bankrupt? We're not. Don't you think we'll be bankrupt? Huh? We're paying our debt. We should have more ability to pay more. It will have been good if the money we're borrowing is generating economic expansion. But in our case, we're stealing it and we're putting it in useless projects.
Suppose they're using the money for something reasonable, I will see it. It's fine. But this one, they'll borrow the money, they'll share it themselves.
So assuming Obi borrowed money and kind of blew up Anambra, whereby Anambra is attracting everybody, like, I'm moving to Anambra, I'm going to look for a job in Anambra, I'm going to do in Anambra. That did not happen. It left it in, the infrastructure was in decay. Obiano has kind of like actually
it was a big lie. It was never a decay. Please, guy, go and find facts before you come back.
Say, Google the time Anambra had the worst pollution problem in the world. Who was the governor? It wasn't just one city in Anambra. There were lots of cities. Go and Google it.
I don't know which state
you're was from. The governor.
Don't go and check your facts before you come back. You don't know anything about Anambra State.
I've heard. I don't know anything, but go and Google those facts. If Obi did something transformational, then he deserves all these kudos. But all I hear are just this simple turn. Oh, he saved money. Oh, is this even the saving money going? It's controversial. What's it called? Obiano is actually challenging some of those claims,
and that's right. Of course, you accept that.
All right, let's move on from there because I think people are starting to wear under that somewhat. But we will always end up there anyway because Obi is in play and his record is under the microscope. But Malami influenced Buhari not to sign amended electoral act because it did not favor him personally. APC Senator Baka Chua saying this. So this is a space, Kulata, I'm not sure how long you've been there, but we've explored this space ad infinitum. That this guy, he's not there for anything other than self-interest. He's not even there for Fulani interest, by the way, Malami. He's there solely, and by the way, Malami is going to be the next northern president that we have by his permutation and the political trajectory that he has plotted himself. So he wants to go and park his immunity in Kebbi State to re-emerge when it's the North's turn. So all of that wrapped into this alarm by Senator Baka Chua that he was trying to stymie the new electoral act solely and only for self-interest. What are you making of that, Kulata?
I mean, honestly, I try not to play this Northern Fulani this and conspiracy, but it's hard to like those people like Malami. Under Buhari, a lot of disastrous things have happened. First of all, the Nigerian economy like normally runs on corruption. And the corruption is kind of unleashed. Like the money goes loosely, so it lifts up a lot of middle class. So under Jonathan, there was a lot of corruption. Many people were chopping. But under Buhari, they kind of like sealed the door for everybody. Then the few people are chopping, like who knows how much magnitude of what Jonathan chopped. They're chopping more than Jonathan, but there are a few people. Out of those few people is people like Malami. And that kind of Malami is a useless guy. I don't know how we ended up making. Isn't he like the Attorney General or something? Like,
Yes, unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Like, how can we have Attorney General? The law, that's the law in the country for someone like that corrupt. And then they have all this conniving Fulani agenda that is across West Africa that is sickening. So I don't know how we can solve that problem. Honestly, I feel we've lost that battle like since 17th century. And I really don't have no idea what we can do about it. Because there's nobody that needs to get in power now that doesn't have to pull those people to get into power. You need them. So I don't know. Maybe someone else should take this question because it just annoys me.
Just to set you an example of how brazen this Abubakar Malami is. You know, there was this Paris Club loan forgiveness that they had under the Obasanjo administration. And that swept up all of the monies owed by everybody, including the local governments, etc., and the states. So there was a clause, or some agency or something that claimed to have been active in that process that led to that loan forgiveness. And that agency is arrowheaded by Ned Nwoko, who is the husband of Regina Daniels. You may well know that little.
I know that guy.
Yes, so they are now invoicing the Nigerian state $500 million, $500 million, and they want to take that money from the allocations of all of the federating states in Nigeria. So they tried it under Obasanjo, and Obasanjo sent them away. He nearly jailed them. They tried it under Yar'Adua, who smacked them away. Under Goodluck Jonathan, who said they should lock some of them up. But under this Abubakar Malami now, he has got Buhari to sign that money off. And he's insistent that he's going to take that money out of the state, out of the allocations to the states in Nigeria. Even though the states in Nigeria, they've gone to law, and the law has, in one instance, written off that is a fraud, and then in another instance, asked for a stay of execution. But that guy is insistent. It's almost fighting the Nigerian state against the will of the Nigerian people. You know, and that $500 million is clearly cut a deal with Ned Nwoko, and it's going to take that half. That's one of the reasons he didn't resign his portfolio.
That amount is in dollar, not in naira.
Dollars. Sorry, in dollars.
It's
$500
in
million. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These people are bankrupting us.
It is, and it's doing it in open glare.
But the thing is, is there a legal loophole to do this? Because sometimes all of us lament and do this, but when you really look closer, there may be a legal loophole that they can take advantage of. And at the end of the day, they may not be able to get prosecuted. We have a lot of like loopholes in our laws that these guys take advantage of. Has anybody checked to see if there's some sort of loophole that they can use?
I don't think the law acknowledges that legal loophole. But what he is saying is that these people are. He actually said the phrase one that stunned me. He says Nigeria must always pay its debts. You know, that man, that guy is a character. You know the upcoming generation. I insist that just like we are chasing Abacha loot, the upcoming generation, they will spend their lives chasing Malami loot. That will be the narrative to come.
Yeah.
That guy,
the guy is disgusting. Like, and he's still the Attorney General. This is one of the reasons why I hate Buhari. Like, he's like everything he stood for that everybody had hopes for is it's just too aloof. You don't even know if he's aware of these things, or even if he's aware and just kind of ignores. Because for all this kind of impunity to be happening under you, you should have fired the guy. That's your Attorney General, for Christ's sakes. Like, it's ridiculous. I don't know what to say. I'm just irritated by all this.
Let me tell you something else that will irritate you more. You know this the Chief Justice of the Tanko Mohammed that was just
that one too.
Under a haze of corruption, he was forced to resign. Do you know that Buhari has ordered a package of
2.something billion?
Yes, to do that, they should package him off with 2.something billion on top of however much the case is quite. But they came to fight corruption, or Kulata. They came to fight corruption.
You see, the one thing, the guy started stifling money from his other colleagues. So you have justices making 900K or so a month that people will have to like loan them cars or they have to take lifts to work. These are the chief justices. So if your chief justices are broke in a country that is corrupt, what kind of justice do you think anybody will get? Those are the people that you should be paying them the cushiest of the cushiest sums of money, so they will never have to think about bribery or think about anything. But that guy kind of like stifled all their funds. I've never seen the case where 14 people kind of wrote you up, 14 of your colleagues wrote you up like you suck, like vote of no confidence. So first of all, they pushed him in. What was his qualification? Some Quranic
Sharia law. No,
Sharia
law. That's
law
his expertise.
or something.
In
expertise.
a secular country.
In a secular country.
My God.
My God. Like, it's terrible. Like, the more you hear about that, the more you just pray for Southern Nigeria to happen one day or the other. Like, it's the standards those people bring in. They just kind of drag everything down to levels of IQ of like 70 and below. So getting there, what did they pass? They pass all this religious thing that you can wear hijab or co in school. Like, nobody thought about babalawos, people that are babalawos. That means if I'm babalawo, I can wear my own whatever babalawo people wear to school to. Like, all they are doing is just trying to do that northern agenda.
Do you mean like this? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm like, that is correct, because if it's religion, I can go and wear white and be going to school in full white regalia. It's just the North. That is our biggest problem. If the South can stay on their own, we'll be like Middle Eastern Europe economy, because we're that productive in the South. It's just that North. They just drive me crazy. But I try my best not to talk about it, but it's so hard. It's really, really hard not to like get irritated with all this. And the people that can save us are really those North Central people that won't get their shit right.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you a Yoruba Nation person?
Nope.
Why are you not?
Because it's not feasible. Well, I don't deal with what is not feasible.
Well, you just lamented now. You painted
yeah, that's my emotions. That's my emotions. On my normal day, I'm not emotional, but I'm not a Yoruba person.
No, hold on. Let's set emotion aside. I'm not really about your emotion. You made a valid point. You said the problem of Nigeria are those people from the north.
Yes.
Right? So why do we want to continue? You want to continue. I think Goma used to use something. Used to use one phrase here. You want to continue beating a dead dead horse.
Drop the dead donkey.
A dead donkey. Yeah. Nigeria is not visible. It's not.
I know. We all know that. But
why do you want to continue living in delusion?
Okay, so
it's a delusion. It's a delusion that you always want to imagine that. Oh, one day you're being an Ethiopian. Like one day Nigeria, North and South will finally get it right.
It's not going to happen.
It can never be. So why do you want to continue?
Okay, because of two things. Before you can get Yoruba Nation, is either you're prepared to carry a gun, number one, or for one reason or the other, all your elected representatives start pushing for it in the House of Assembly, and we go through it the legal way, which is through a political process. Is there a political process, or you fight? So,
either way you lose. You are outnumbered in the legislation, in the assembly, and you are outgunned by the state.
You're outgunned by the state. So it's kind of like an untenable process where the only thing you can do is two things. If Nigeria is going to improve, the poor people are still going to be extremely poor. The only thing is we'll grow more middle-class people. And the only two ways that can happen is that our greed. You have to legalize our greed by privatization. You legalize our greed. That's the only thing. Or one reason or the other, we start moving into the regional direction. and that regional direction will not start until oil dries up. When oil dries up, we won't have any choice but to go regional. But because there's still oil, nobody's thinking about it. But when oil becomes relevant, nobody's even going to tell the politicians before they do it, because Koniso money no good day.
Yeah, you've not said the two reasons now. I don't really understand your two reasons.
The two reasons. I'm not prepared to fight a war. I'm not prepared to fight a war. I have elderly parents back home. I don't want them to die.
You know, I don't know how deep your Yoruba is.
I'm not prepared to fight. I'm not prepared to fight a war. I'll just keep it straight to you. I'm not prepared to that. And I know the politicians are not going to vote for.
But you're prepared to live in a country where people are systematically being removed, being killed. How about that?
I'm not living. I've removed myself from that country. I'm not living in Nigeria.
Well, I know even from your talk. I've seen you on the other platforms. I've seen you. You've turned on your camera. I've seen you. See your face. So I know where you live. I don't know exactly where you live. I know you don't live in Nigeria.
I don't live in Nigeria. So I'm not prepared to fight a war, and my politicians are not going to do what's right.
Hold on. But you do have families back home, right? Maybe your dad, your mom, your brothers, sisters, cousins, and family. Relatives. They all live there, right?
In the most part, yes.
And so, are these not your blood-related families that you still have some kind of feelings?
Don't force him against his will.
Wait. So hang on. So what am I?
Are you trying to bully him?
So if you
I'm trying to
wait,
make
so if you have, if I have, then I'll now say I'm going to do Yoruba Nation. Go and carry. It's convenient for me to send dollars from America. That go and carry gun and go and fight. And then they kill everybody, and we do what?
Don't get it wrong. I'm not asking you to go carry gun. But you see, the point is, we need to support that idea that one day we're going to liberate that country, liberate the people from the south. Those people that wants to go on their own, they will eventually go. But when we come here every time, we're kind of like, I'm not saying you, but some people, like that's the way we've been doing to Obi, trying to beat him down, like, oh, you can never win the election. Things happens.
Is the same mentality. Is the same mentality that will say Obi's not going to win election. That's the same mentality that will also tell you a war is not going to solve the problem, because that's kind of like the way that person thinks. Like, you think of what is within reason, what is possible.
Okay.
So what is possible is we will have incremental steps into regionalism. Maybe the first step, if Tinubu comes in, is going to be regional security.
No.
It may not be more than that.
You just said now that they have the population over. They have more.
But at this point in time, isn't regional security acceptable to most people right now? Aren't they killing the people in the north? Aren't Hausa people getting slaughtered like Syria almost every day? Like, don't you think they will accept regional security at this point?
You just said right now. He said there was one man that was even saying that they have the numbers.
Yes, but they have the numbers. But at this point, that Zamfara is telling his own people to go and carry guns. It's gotten to the point where it's necessary now for regional security. It's no longer practical.
Okay. We shall wait and see then. We shall see how that...
And also, they're starting to... I think it's in either the first or second reading, the devolving of the power space.
Power space, yes.
Yeah.
That will happen too. So
it's not going to be...
It's gradual. It's going to be gradual. It may take 20 years. Someone was talking about the change yesterday, and I appreciated what that person said, that it will take 15 to 20 years. And that person is right.
Yeah, that was Andre.
Yeah, because the thing is, assuming we get a Tinubu or a Peter Obi, they make some incremental changes. Then, of course, we know we're going to get a Northerner that's going to like pull those changes back a little. Then we hope to get another person that's progressive that'll pull the... You see how slow and deliberate democracy can be, because it's going to be, it's going to be sinusoidal, like give and take till we're moving in the right direction. But how fast can we move in the right direction when we are weighed down by this 5,000-pound gorilla of people that are having kids, no education, no interest in education? Even the people that want to go to school, you now have like terrorists going to bomb them. You have like people going to go kidnap them for ransom. So
that not process is getting unattainable, that it will self-destruct. And if they don't get regional security, I don't know what else will help us. I mean, maybe it's only God that will come down from heaven.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So
Rational mind.
I hear you.
Is that better, man?
Yeah. Is it? You see, let me tell you what I tell my people. That can only happen. Those things you imagine, they can only be achieved if Nigeria dies. If that is what we want to achieve, then we have to kill Nigeria. Nigeria has to die a natural death. But if we are all here permutating to save Nigeria, that is not going to happen. That will always be voices in the wilderness shouting Yoruba Nation, Biafra, and all those things. It will never happen. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, we are all, every Nigerian, even the most disenchanted Nigerian, they want the country to get better. They want their daily bread. They want, electricity, good road, and all those things. If that happens, then what you are saying will never happen. It can only happen naturally if Nigeria dies. If Nigeria ceases to exist. If Nigeria fails as a state, that is when that will happen.
Now you talk. Now you talk. Now you make the right point that if Nigeria failed as a state, are we not moving towards a failed state?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. But
okay.
But P2B and Tinubu and Atiku is telling us that they're coming to save Nigeria. Then it will never happen. Is that not the thing?
Well, if you think about, we're getting closer to where Sri Lanka. If you think about where Sri Lanka is right now, Sri Lanka is totally bankrupt right now. Totally bankrupt. They can't pay their bills. They can't do anything. They said we have how many more years? Maybe another, if we don't do anything. I can't remember where I read it, but I think maybe like a decade or so, or maybe slightly more, we may get to that point. If we get to the point of insolvency.
Yeah, Kulata, let me tell you this. You see, the amount of theft, of stealing in Nigeria, of looting, with the amount of incompetence in government, Nigeria is very strong. You have to consider Nigeria is a very strong country. If it had not reached this
it's not strong anymore. It's not strong anymore. It's not strong financially. It's not strong economically. It's not strong.
With the gas they've just discovered, it's going to be another round with the gas.
With the gas.
Yeah.
The gas that you cannot manage well. Gas is not for Nigerian people.
You know that Nigeria's gas reserve has not been quantified really.
It has been now. It has been now.
It has been.
No, there's still gas that has not been quantified. Nigeria still has more gas than they think we do in terms of reserve.
It's not.
I'm telling you, that country.
So we have more gas than Russia.
So I think
no, we don't have more gas than Russia.
I'm telling you that
we have more gas than.
I think we have a lot of gas, and they just discovered some. They discovered a lot in the southeast actually too.
They will keep discovering, because when you have so much petroleum, so much quality petroleum, you tend to have gas reserve. But it's just that the oil blinded us, and we never looked any other place. Somewhere in Enugu, one of these days, I think they were doing, I don't know what they were doing, a hole or something. And then
they were doing borehole. They were doing borehole for one college, one university.
Yeah.
And then that triggered the trigger fire under the ground. And before they knew it, they saw that it was gas, and the gas started.
It was burning for over 3 weeks.
Yes.
They finally were able to put it out.
I think in the world, I think we are number 7 with our gas reserve. We are number 7.
Yeah, but scientists will tell you that our gas reserve has not really been well quantified.
You are right. I will agree with you.
But should we be praying for more gas or less gas?
Just to add some data, Nigeria has 600 trillion cubic feet in gas. 600 trillion. 600 trillion.
That alone can
What's the
generate
value in dollars?
electricity for the whole of Africa for like 50 years, and we don't have and we can generate like 4,000 megawatts.
About $1 trillion worth of gas.
Those resources are not meant for Nigerian people. Nigeria business doesn't belong to Nigerian people. It belongs to some class of people, and they are the one enjoying the fruit of those resources.
This is why the Fulanis are trying to change the demography in the creeks.
I remember one I think it was Felix Houphouet from Cote d'Ivoire one time said, "Thank God we don't have petroleum. Thank God we don't have petroleum." When he saw what was happening in Nigeria. So I think it was a leader from Ivory Coast. I think it was Felix Houphouet.
Before buying.
We fought the war, and then successive military coups, and then this looting, and Nigerian politicians, Nigerian big men outspending the Arabs in Europe and the US, in those days. He said, "Thank God that we don't have petroleum. Let us focus on our cocoa plantations."
Even the Ghanaians, when they discover oil, they have to set up a committee and use Nigeria as a case study that, look, Nigeria with all their wealth in, gas, or oil reserve and oil, the corruption there is the worst than any other place in the world, and that they don't want to be like Nigeria. What can they do better with these oils that will benefit their people? You see? They use Nigeria as a case study for, the oil not being used well, for the development of the country. It's a pathetic situation, man.
So Nigeria is not going to turn into Bangladesh anytime soon. 600.
It's going towards that direction. It's going to. We are failing. We are failing very fast. Our own is very, very fast. And look at our population. With our population, and we are failing very fast like that. It could come so fast that the federal government will not have money to disburse down anymore. And once that happens, when there is no money coming from the top to the state, that is the end of Nigeria.
That is the end.
Is the end.
Let's hear from Aizon, who wanted to come in. And then after Aizon, we go on to... so just an interjection from me, Aizon. Then we go on to Nsibidi, who unusually has been... I've never known Nsibidi to be this quiet. So it's probably falling asleep already. But let's hear from you, Aizon. You wanted to insert.
Yeah, woman, thank you. Yeah, I've been listening as we mourn about Nigeria's woes. It's interesting because my question is directed at Kulata. You seem to be a walking contradiction. On one end, you're saying Nigeria's woes, Malami is stealing money, expenditures, and we're borrowing money. On the other end, you're criticizing someone who reduced the debt of a state. You're criticizing someone who left the state in the blue with a plus revenue number. I mean, what exactly do you want? I'm confused here.
There's a difference between criticism and not impressed. I am not impressed by his record outside of education.
Is it possible that you're not impressed because you don't have the facts of the actual numbers and what he made?
I have the facts. There was one time.
Can you please enlighten me, please? Could you tell me what those facts are?
I picked 3 issues. Top one, revenue, IGR growth. He had 18%.
Yes.
He had 18%. The next one, security. I wasn't seeing companies moving in groves to Anambra because Anambra was secure. Actually, there were a lot of security incidents during this. Then the third one is education, which he performed excellently. He did a lot of things that I like. He gave the schools back to the missions. There was some savings that I could use to kind of fund some laptop or whatever to those kids. And that was excellent. I acknowledge where it did good. It did very good in education, but I wasn't impressed with his economic growth. It didn't grow the economy, Anambra's economy.
Okay, well, let me debunk some of your theories really quickly.
What theory? Go ahead.
You don't seem to have the full fact. You said he didn't increase the internal revenue. Am I correct? Let me
He increased it by 18%.
Well, that's actually incorrect.
Okay, bring your facts and let me bring my facts.
Anambra's IGR climbed by almost 70% to approximately 10.5 billion in 2014. All right. Wait. Let me finish now. Wait. You claim to have the facts.
Are you reading from some book?
I'm going to.
One man, you know I have these numbers. I have spent weeks digging deep into this. Okay, so this guy here is just mouth. Oh, no offense, not this guy.
Quote your file. Don't. I have
wait. You're not even letting me finish the first sentence.
Himself. Carry on now.
Yeah. Okay. The IGR climbed almost 70% to approximately 10.5 billion in 2014 from 6.2 billion in 2011. All right. The domestic debt stock, which stood approximately at 6.4 billion in 2011, fell to 3.02 billion in 2013. All right, and tanked to a low of 2.87 billion as of December 2014. We're not even going to go near education. So if we're talking strictly about
when you finish your numbers,
when you finish your
numbers, let me know.
Then can I finish what I'm saying?
Finish.
Let me finish.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, but
all right. If you're talking strictly about revenue, internally generated revenue in Anambra State, he increased it by 70%. And if you're talking about total debt in the state, he reduced it tremendously by the end of his tenure. So how can you look at those numbers? And by the way, one man knows my source. Okay, independent group, which was actually written by Yoruba accountants and financial specialists. This is not Igbo people putting this together, right? And they put all this fate of the states. You can go look it up, highlighting the financial health of every state. And they documented clearly the progress that was made by Anambra during the tenure of Peter Obi. And I mentioned this earlier on the platform. I'm not about sentiment. I'm strictly about numbers and performance. So for you to come on here and claim that he didn't increase the revenue by 18%, I have no idea where he got those numbers from.
Okay, let me tell you my numbers.
Actual fact, and I quoted my sources.
Let me tell you my numbers. Under Ngige met Anambra IGL in 2003. It was roughly 800 million. It grew the IGL to 3.6 billion in 2004 and 7.4 billion in 2005. Before it was removed from office in March 2016 in favor of Peter Obi. Obi will not match the 2005 performance of Ngige IGL until 2012. His sixth year in office, at the end of his final full year in office in 2013, Anambra's IGR was just 18%, better than it was in 2005. So that was 2005, the time I was leaving office. It was an 18% growth. Obi's record does not even look better when you contrast it with Obiano. Obiano from 2014 saw IGL grow by 50% from 8.7 billion to 12.4 to 12.8 billion. Obiano by his 7th year in 2020 grew it to 28 billion. So you have your numbers, I have my numbers.
No, well, here's the thing.
Let me finish now. You quoted yours. You quoted yours. In 8 years, Obi only grew it by 18%. And outside of that, the money saving thing, Obi has the numbers he claimed. The number was disputed by Obiano. So what am I supposed to do? To start dancing over 18%? No.
Well, it's not 18%.
There are better records out there.
What's your source, please? What's your source?
Let me see if I can put the link. I'll put the link here. Let me put it in chat. Let me put it in chat.
Elongate this about
no, you don't have a source.
Let me put it in. Let me put it in chat.
Okay, what's your source? I'm trying to look it up.
I'm gonna let me put it now. I'm looking it on another phone. I have to type it because if I click, I'll lose this connection.
Yeah. So don't worry. I think Kulata speaks as he knows. Kulata is a. Do you see? Even Alexander Akache is saying you have the same voice. You match in equal measure because Kulata is a man of facts and figures, just as you are his own.
Yeah, well, one man, another point I didn't mention is that Anambra Obi created a fiscal buffers of which totaled at 75 billion at the end of his tenure, which was far outweighing his peers in any other state. I mean, I understand if you don't like the guy personally, or maybe you don't like him because he doesn't belong to your ethnicity. I get that, but the numbers don't lie.
You're losing the argument if you bring ethnicity.
I'm just saying. I can't understand. One man. Here's my confusion. You are criticizing people who are stealing money, who are leaving their states in the red, who are destroying the economy. You have another guy who is leaving his state in the blue, who is generating revenue, who is investing the state funds in well-renowned investments, who, by the way, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, after researching Anambra, gave him $1 million, which UN organizations also came in to work closely with the state. I'm not even going to go into education, talk about the 30,000 computers he gave secondary school students and reduced the state's ranking from 26 to number 1. I mean, what I don't understand. What is the confusion here? The man has shown credibility. Look,
didn't he get the kudos for education from me?
No, listen. I didn't talk about education. I talked about a bunch of other things. Okay.
So if I'm impressed by his education, and I'm not impressed by any other thing. I'm not impressed by the rest.
He has the right not to be impressed.
I have a right not to be impressed.
But let's analyze this on its merits.
And I'm backing it up with my own numbers.
Let's analyze this on its merits. All right. His argument was he called El Rufai as someone who outperformed Obi.
From IGR.
Should we look at El Rufai? And
look at his IGR. Look at his IGR
with all the insecurity and people can't even travel on the roads. You mentioned Zulum, right? Zulum has just started. He hasn't even scratched the surface. Borno still has places occupied by Boko Haram. I don't get what the. I will concede. One man. I will concede. I will concede.
You're not making too much sense.
Wait. Let me finish, my brother. I will concede if you're making an argument that's showing me how the man did not perform, how he failed. As a matter of fact, one man. Let me even give him some ammo. If you want to criticize Obi, right? Here are the things you can criticize him on, because I've looked at the pros and cons.
I don't need.
Well, let me give you the ammo. I know you don't need it. Let me give it to you anyway. I'll give it to you, my brother. Let me give it to you anyway. I know you don't need it. Okay, I'll give it to you. You can criticize him because he used state funds to invest into a portfolio where he was making money, which is a conflict of interest, and he defended it.
That's fraud.
Yeah, well, some people call it fraud. And he didn't deny it, by the way. He said during the debate he had at the last election with Buhari.
The Kadaria interview, Kadaria.
Yes, so I'm glad you watched it. So he said that, hey, at least I made money. You can criticize him on that. You won't hear a peep from me. Not a peep, because I disagree with that as well. You can criticize him on the fact that he bounced around the country with Atiku, a non-criminal, when he's now championing a record of being clean and trying to come. Yes, valid criticism. You can criticize him on one man criticized him on yesterday by saying, oh, he's talking about comparisons to countries that are similar to Nigeria, but he needs to come up with an actual action plan. I get that as well, my brother. Valid criticism. But don't criticize the man on his record. Don't go near his record.
I'm going there. I'm going near his record.
You're not. You can't even quote your source, my brother.
I'm typing now. Allow.
You're typing. Okay, when you finish typing, let me know the source.
Hold on. Settle down, Aizon. For we're coming up to 5 hours, so let me just condense it. Because he's entitled not to be impressed, and you might well say it's impressive and he doesn't say it, but he's still entitled not to be impressed, and he has given reasons that in an 8-year term, this guy was only able to propel his state to a paltry 18% growth, and his predecessor and successor, they both exponentially exceeded in percentile terms those numbers. So that is what he said. And
one man
is not especially impressed.
He cannot prove it. He cannot prove what he's saying.
I'm typing. I'm typing it now.
He cannot prove it. He's talking all this. He couldn't prove it. They asked him of the source. He said the certificate is in Chicago. He's looking for. I mean, where is your evidence? Is your evidence in Chicago or is in Ibadan University? I mean, College of Education in Ibadan. Where is your evidence? You are saying all of this against this thing. You can't prove it. So that means he's lying against Obi now. That is what it means.
It's not saying Obi is not. Is not.
No, the 80% he has been rampaging against Obi all this while. He couldn't prove it. They said, "What? Where is it? Your source? Where is your source? He can't tell us."
Check the chart. Efarabale.
Because
there's another phone. I have another phone on my hand. I have to use one hand to type.
My brother, you want me to give you more statistics? I can give you more statistics.
Calm down.
To give you more statistics.
Don't have it. Just let him be. Doesn't have the evidence.
Check the chart. I've already posted it on the chat.
One man, they said year on year, right? One man, year on year, Anambra increases its IGR by 36.59%. Okay, year on year. All right, Anambra significantly, and they got 7.7 billion in interest earnings from its investment that Obi put in place. This man, I mean, okay, look. I'm not saying
dude. I'm not saying there's many ways. There are many ways to interpret statistics.
I'm not saying he'll be that successful on the federal level. Okay, I'm not predicting whatever that he'll be the second coming.
Aizon and Kulata, have you ever heard this phrase? Statistics, and damned lies. Have you heard
damned lies and statistics? It depends on whatever you want to interpret.
And damned lies.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Everybody can prove anything.
Statistics and damned lies. So I want to move on from that space, not because it's not interesting, but because of the press. You always come.
No, one thing I don't like is
this is what you do. I know it's but I've spotted you a long time ago.
If you start,
let me just say this, Ovie, you are not from Niger Delta. We revoke your license to the Niger Delta moving forward.
Is it because of the hair?
The Kwakwanso thing, that thing, which can't be that now.
This is on guy. If someone is criticizing Obi, don't say because of the ethnicity. First of all,
he's a Malian. Obi is a Malian. He's from Mali.
Am I a Yahoo boy? Trouble.
So don't say someone criticizing Obi is because it's this. I have Obi's ethnic group in my family. I'm actually married to one. So don't say what you don't know. If someone is impressed, just take it as maybe this guy is just not.
I have some friends that are white.
So don't say it's just impressed. And I posted the link to you. You can go and check it. There's a better one. I posted one to you. There's a better source that I can post. You can read it from there. Then I'll post another one.
I'm going to, for the purposes of, post that link in the comment section for people who want to go and read.
It's in the chat section here. Yeah. I posted it in the chat.
And I'm copying it across now for the benefit of the audience. So thank you, Kulata, and thank you, Aizon, for that. So let me sweep around now. Let me go to Nsibidi, who may or may not be with us. Nsibidi, are you there? I didn't imagine. Can you imagine Nsibidi being here and being quiet? Impossible. But let me go to Moses. Moses, are you there? All right. So I'm going to be dropping the people off the screens that are not there, just for the purposes of getting towards the end. So Moses, are you there? All right, we don't appear to have Moses. Emmanuel, you're up next. Emmanuel, hopefully you are there. Emmanuel. Don't make me sing. We'll clear the room.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for rescuing the audience from, I was about to torment them with So yeah, you've been paying attention to the conversation. So just give us your thoughts. I think you are especially taken by the Peter Obi space. But whatever it is that just give us commentary.
I just want to say not really much, but I just want to align and concur with the last speaker what he said. So you can't be expecting something from someone, and you're seeing some sort of a good thing coming from another angle, and you're not aligning with that one, and you're still complaining about the situation on ground. You're seeing the prevailing situation, and you're possibly seeing the angle where the results can come, but you are kind of tarnishing that little effort that somebody has put in place to make things work out. But you are still complaining of what is happening on ground. So there's no way solution will come. I hear when he's saying a lot that the country cannot move forward, the country cannot do this one. But you are seeing someone that have done one or two things that be able to, save money in the treasury, be able to save money move education to the next level, and you are here saying that the country cannot move forward. And there's no solution. You're not even providing any solution to it. So I was really pissed off when he was done. I didn't say you're running for president.
Am I running for president? Why am I expected to provide this solution?
People have right to their opinion.
No. The issue that you're pointing the issue we're having, and like that guy rightfully said that somebody have done one or two things that you're supposed to give credit to, but you are tarnishing the person image.
Impressive. It's not.
I'm not impressed.
Yes.
Must I be impressed? Don't you guys know the difference of being impressed or not?
Give him that credit and even encourage other leaders to be like him. The country will be better. Okay, if for instance the whole governors are just like Obi, don't you think that we'll move forward in this country, or maybe probably like a president? We'll move forward from the situation we'll find ourselves. I don't even know where we are going.
I think it will do everybody a good favor to remove the God complex you guys give this guy. Come on, talk. Don't stop getting all that.
If I can interject, please. I think Aluta, I disagree with you. Your link, I don't think it's credible enough. This is just a one-sided.
There's a link there that shows you the graphic.
Sorry, if you look at that link, there's a hyperlink under the paragraph
that has the graphic. I had the original link before. Let me get that one.
One man. The magazine is the magazine is what's the name again? Abites, whatever. Everybody, all the Asaba Yorubas. All of them.
There's a graphic. There's a graphic.
Forget
in there. There are tables.
I am more interested in the credibility of the people that put out the article. This is a biased article, my brother. Obits magazine or whatever. Nah, man, you won't put that as an evidence. Come on.
Shoot the message.
Hold on now. Let me pull.
Thank you.
I don't agree.
You're not backing tonight.
What he was trying to do. I
don't know the angle he's coming from.
Okay, when was it published?
What he's propelling to.
It was published here. It's a recent article, but who published it is what we are talking about here. Anybody can publish it.
It's a recent article. Else what you need to
know.
No, it's
the numbers.
The messenger, the source of the magazine that's putting out.
Sorry, Ovie, I want to ask you one question. What is Peter Obi's what is his catchphrase? Peter Obi?
For this election,
yes. Regarding his
consumption to
production. That's political statement.
No. His thing is go and verify. Go and verify.
So I'm verifying this one now. This is jargon.
So when people go and verify now, you can't then beat them.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't agree with your source. I'm sorry.
Ovie. See, 5 years financial summary. Look at that graphic. Like 5 years and I have done summary.
Where is it coming from? Anybody can put numbers together. I can do that too.
Hold on.
Statistics now. You know what they say about statistics.
Hold on. Ovie, if you go under that graph, that capture, that you say it says source, the budget Budgetpedia Nigeria. So it actually references you to where. So if you want to do an audit trail, you can just click on the hyperlink to see the source of where this person got.
I had a better one. Yeah. I had a better one when I read it initially. I'm still looking for that one.
All right. So you stand accused now with your ethnic jingoism,
as a Yoruba warrior. As a Yoruba warrior.
All right. So thank you, gentlemen. A real delight. It's always a pleasure in your company. I wish it would never stop, but it always has to stop at some point, only to tease the audience to come back. So of course, I mean, it's been a good session. You know, sometimes if it's been a good session, and sometimes often you see it in the numbers in terms of the people who come in and how long you hold them for. So I can tell you that it's been a good session. So thank you, one and all.
I want to say something. Actually, I want to say something before we dismiss. Please, if we have sort of a solution on how to bring this country together and how to propel it forward, we should say it. We should not be biased in making that kind of suggestion, not come here to come and jingle someone out of a point or stuff like that. So if you have a point and if you have a way of making things forward, I think that is should be the main reason for this platform. That will take it from there, then we'll start telling other people. Because the problem we're having in this country is, I don't know whether I'll call it religion issue or ethnic problem. But if you can come together and brainstorm together and bring solution to what is happening to our country, I think our country will move forward. But we'll come here with different minds and different mindsets. We'll never agree together.
Oh, okay, so I shall task you with your idea. So when you turn up next, then I want to be hearing solutions from you. So I'll task you with your own idea. So excellent thought. So thank you, Emmanuel, for that. So we kick it off then to start to round off, and we start it off with Rational Mind. So Rational Mind is that time of the day again.
Yeah, well, man, thank you everybody, and I want to thank those who are here at the comment section and who are chatting and trying to correct us and yabbing us at the same time. Well, for me, it's just it's always my go-to line that I always go to. 2023 is going to be a decisive year for us in knowing if that country will remain as one or not. My hope is that that country will not remain as one. That's just what I hope. The reason being, like I said already, I've always said our people from the north there, they are not ready, they're not being reasonable, they're not being rational in any way you look at it. It's always either they play their stupid politics, ethnic politics. I'm not saying Southern people are not guilty of it, but I think Southern people, they are always this kind of people who wants to pacify them for the most part, but they are not really ready to see their own space in any way. So in that way, I will look at them as not being rational in that sense. So everything is about give and take. It's about compromise, but these people are not ready to compromise in any way, and they are always holding on to their religion and ethnicity. As long as they continue doing that, that country will not move forward. As everybody on these panels, even those people who are championing one Nigeria, everybody believe that it's not working. And until on when we kind of come to a round table, everybody agree that we need to resolve this matter before it destroys us totally. There's no way we're moving forward. Well, 2023 will be that year for us to know if we'll remain as one, and if anybody who's going to lead us will be that kind of person that will bring that dream that all Nigerians they yearn for. So, well, that's all I have to say, one man. Thank you again, one man. Thank everybody. Hope to see you in the next section.
All right, brilliant. So you see how quickly Rational Mind runs away as we hear this rain blaring in the background. So be safe, Rational Mind. So you know me, I never missed that opportunity, but thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, let's go to Emmanuel. So Emmanuel somewhat not especially impressed by some of the commentaries that he's been hearing. He thinks we're not pointing in the direction we should be. But Emmanuel, your thoughts?
Oh, well, thank you very much, woman, and to everyone that have listened to us tonight, and people that bashing us from the comment section. Thank you very much. So what I want to just say is what I've been saying before. We should unite together. We should reason together, and we should come up with a lasting solution as a nation. And like Rational Mind said, this coming election is going to be a very decisive one. And if we get it right, it is good for us. Then if we make that blunder mistake, it's either we'll divide or we'll just continue from where we stop. Like they say, from bottom to underworld. So maybe that's where we'll find ourselves next. But we pray that God will help us. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So who cannot say amen to that? I certainly am saying amen to that. So from from Emmanuel, we go on to Aizon, who joins us laterly. He plays this trick, so then he'll start making interesting comments to hold us back. But not this time, Aizon, but your final words, nevertheless. Aizon.
Sorry, one man. I had to make sure the kids were asleep. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Look, I think I've said it before. The one thing I like about this platform is that everybody gets the smoke. You know, Atiku, Tinubu, Peter Obi, Kwakonso, and all the other guys that want to rule that, they want to govern that country, not rule. You know, they all get the smoke. We analyze them, we break them down. A lot of people come and give opinions, you know, but there's a saying in America about opinions and a-holes, right? Everyone has one. But there's a difference between opinions and factual information that you can verify if you take your time. And I think that is what separates the arguments that some people make. If you make an argument, fine. You have an opinion, I don't like it, I'm not impressed. Okay, don't be impressed. That's a subjective opinion, but it's not fact. You know, the fact of the matter stands. And let's challenge the merits of a candidate based on the facts. What have these people accomplished? And that is the fact of the matter. You know, and let's look at what they did. One man had asked me before, you know, you want a Peter Obi supporter, why are you a supporter now? And the reason is simple. I looked at the man's body of work. That's all I can go by. You know, I have my criticisms of him. I'm not a Peter Obi acolyte like a lot of people, but I looked at it exactly for what he was able to accomplish. And the proof is in the pudding. The man was successful as an executive of a state. Will he do it on a federal level? We don't know. But we do know he has that CV, that resume. Okay, and that resume is quantifiable, as I've just done. You can look it up, you can talk to people in Anambra, you can look at what he did. Everyone comes in and sometimes they criticize him and say, oh, but you know what? I give him credit on education. Well, let me ask you this. Nigeria's education is failing. How many out of school children do we have? Right? We're listed as the poverty capital of the world. We have Almajiris, we have all sorts. So if you want to even go by just education alone, you can be rest assured that this guy will scale up what he did in the state to the federal level to improve the educational standards of the country. And that is a plus. You don't have to believe anything else. Okay, so please, let's really evaluate these people based on what we believe they've done and what they can accomplish. And I think that, you know, those arguments will help all of us in trying to push for whomever we think can make the country better and influence the people we know on ground to get PVCs and vote and make their decisions. Thank you, one man. Thank everybody. God bless.
Thank you. So that's Aizon, a new convert to the obedient movement. So that is Aizon, and still more people to capture by that movement. But somebody unlikely to be captured, Kulata. Kulata, we're taking closing remarks.
Oh, closing remarks. Well,
Yeah.
it's political season. I think we need to dial back from the personalities and wait for people's Atiku that has a plan right now. And honestly, it's a damn good plan. Can he execute it? That's a different story. What does Tinubu have to offer? What does Obi have to offer? I mean, I'm not moved by any platitudes. I need to see solid plan to see if it's even feasible. And then for Tinubu, is not just plan. We need to also know his health status. Because is he going to drop dead and then hand over to another person with Fulani agenda? I think we're all sick and tired of that. So I'm waiting for their plans. Let's know exactly what those people have in store for us, and then we can determine how far we can progress. But whatever the case may be, I think between any of the candidates running will be better than Buhari. So it's still going to be a net positive, in my opinion.
Oh, all right, brilliant, well put. So there it is. Just the articulation level, if not the substance, but equally the substance. enough to impress. But nobody impresses more than the majestic Meadowman. Meadowman, that time of the day again. Final words.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. It has been a very interesting session, high level. Removing what I had to offer, what I had to contribute with. The rest was just A class. Well, let me close by starting from where our brother ended. Rational mind. You see, rational, I have shared your opinion, I have shared your sentiment. I do still share that sentiment sometimes. But we have to realize that at this moment, we're still part of that entity. And whatever positive impact we can make of it or on it is valid. So we come here every evening and sometimes 2 times a day, not because we want to break up Nigeria, I suppose, because we're trying to see, we're exchanging ideas. It is important. Getting to, know, because I have learned very much of a country I call my own through this platform. I'm even beginning to speak Yoruba. So yeah, it is important we realize that at least for now we are still part of Nigeria, and if we are still part of Nigeria, even if we're going to break up someday, it is good we build what we still have, what we have right now, and to be prepared for whatever the future brings for that country and for all of us and our children and grandchildren. So let me leave it there. Thank you, everybody, and good evening. Have a pleasant night.
Thank you, Meadowman. So that's Meadowman, a man of elegance and class. So from Meadowman, a man of elegance and class, so you know him as the last born of the Agbaje family. He goes by the name Ovie. So Ovie, that time of the day again. Ovie, Agbaje. You have to unmute Ovie. What? You have to unmute Ovie. Unmute.
Aluta and Rational Mind going emotional, almost cry for focusing on that the North is our problem. I understand that. But until you understand regional politics or world politics, or know why the Biden administration is celebrating at the victory of Gusto Petro, the former guerrilla fighter who ended up being elected as the Colombia president, and his running mate, Francisca Mekes, a black, housemaid, a single mother, who was elected as the vice president. If you don't understand why, it would be very hard for you to understand how Aboki they play politics. 2, I will join Babatunde Fashola to appeal to the obedient. Don't vote because you are hungry. Election have consequences. On that note, I say all na politics. When I follow my channel, it's all na politics.
All right. So so that's Ovie finally making his way onto the social media space. His platform, All Na Politics. Go check him out, All Na Politics. So All Na Politics, but the final word as always, the mighty one, King of Boys, Ajanle Koko, Your Majesty. Ajanle Koko. Have we lost Ajanle?
One man.
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
Sorry,
there you are.
I was attending to something else.
Oh,
let me thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. I think today's session is another parliamentary session. Everybody did good. Everybody put out their own position. And, Kulata did very well. And Aizon came and give us some facts. You know, he's on. One man called you the man with always get your dictionary when he's on. Anytime he comes on board, get your dictionary ready. Yeah, he came and gave us some fact, and Kolata too. You know, responded by posting his fact as well. So everybody did good, and that is one good thing about this platform. You can't just say anything and just and get away with it. You have to back it up with facts. You have to, back what your position out there. You have to back it up with fact, and that is what makes this section. I mean, this platform a special one. It's a platform that encourages people to put out a position with fact and not just saying anything without any fact to back it up. So another parliamentary section. Why can't those people in Nigeria that are running that Nigerian state just surrender that Nigeria to all these brains that we have on this platform? The best brains, people here on this platform, I'm telling you, they are the best, some of the best brains that country can be proud of anytime, any day. Why can't they just surrender that country to us and let us just come and run it for just few months and let them see what we can do? Maybe they are listening somewhere now. Just surrender Nigeria to one man went to more platform with all the brains that we have here. Let them come and run Nigeria. You will be surprised. You'll be shocked. We have Ayizon here. We have Kulata here. We have Ola here. We have Rational Man here. We have Ovie here. He's going to be Minister of Northern Region. We have everybody is here. So I thank you all for today's session. You've all did good, and I believe tomorrow you will all come back so we can do it one more time. Other than that, let me thank our, the best people at the commentary section. Those one, their communication skill, the way they dish out their own position at the commentary section is fantastic. Always just go through them. You will laugh at some of the statement that they chat out there, but some you know that yes, everybody on this platform, they're doing it at their own best wherever they are doing it. So I thank you all, and I want to thank our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, Board of Trustee, one man went to Mo, and Alexander Akashi, the secretary, Board of Trustee, one man went to Mo. I thank Flash Mankind, Jaja, Ask Google, Ortiz, my sister Bonksma, everybody on the commentary section. I thank you all. And, one man is the man. You have to give it to him all the time. He's the driver. He always brings it to us, and we never disappoint him in joining him too, so we can talk it out. So he has done it again today. Tomorrow, by God's grace, one man, the eagle, will land, and we will join him, and we continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that's Ajan Lekoko. It's official. Makwego, as I said it, Ajan Lekoko indeed is the king of boys. So the king of boys, class prefect, the class prefect. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that was Ajan Lekoko, and that has been the session. So that's how it has happened today. So as Ajan Lekoko mentioned, it's just the quality of persons. You know, sometimes I wish that I knew these people personally beyond just the internet space. You know, is the sort of people that I naturally gravitate towards in life are people like Meadowman, who are measured in tone but sharp in wit. You know, so that's just sort of person, you know, you always want to be in their company. They're measured in tone but sharp in wit. You know, people like Hizon, Ajanle Koko, you know, all of these characters, you know, just big personalities are who you think you know personally and you do wish you know personally. So I think I speak on behalf of all of the regulars. You just delight in all of these superstar people that come to share their time with you. So there it is right there, and that has been the session. It's been here, there, and it's been everywhere. We still couldn't avoid Peter Obi today, but I do promise you. Remember, there was a time we never left Nnamdi Kanu alone, and there was a time we could not leave Tinubu alone. There was a time that Oshibajo seems to be the only news in Nigeria, and then when they banned Wike, we're still starting to forget his name. Rotimi Amechi is just a minute ago, and we are already forgetting him. So it's just so it looks as though however you choose to square it, Peter Obi is the flavor of the moment as of this moment. But then, of course, when all of the people recuperating, Atiku in Dubai and Tinubu somewhere in Europe, and when all of these people, when they come back into the full play, and you have to understand that INEC has not even officially kicked off the campaigning yet, but we're already seeing some of the textures of how it will go from the Guild of Nigerian Actors, which they call themselves, but they are actually just Yoruba actors, already putting an ethnic flag on the mast. So that's a dimension that will come in. Then there'll be the dimension of the social medias, and then there'll be voices that you will hear that will pivot position so sharply. You will feel personally assaulted that I thought we saw it with Charlie Boy, didn't we? When he went to collect his bag from Festus Keyamo in 2019. So all of that still to come, just intrigue after intrigue. So I promise we will leave the Peter Obi space because naturally it will just it won't dissipate, but it will ebb. You know, it won't dissipate, of course, because he has built too much of a base for it to dissipate, but it will ebb only to create space for other actors to come into play. So all of that, of course, will be delivered to you on this platform. You know the routine. So just make sure that you're subscribed and ready to go. I am ready to go. Are you? One man went to mow, the eagle departs. Peace.